That's right, folks. You know what time it is. It's time for Z Show. That's right. This isn't your imagination. Well, we may be in all of our collective imaginations experiencing this reality as one cohesive conscious unit. I don't know, but practically speaking, no, this is not your imagination. This is real life. I'm here. We're here. And in case you don't know who I am or we are, I am Z, and you are me, and we are all together. Thank you. That's right, Lord Racer. Welcome to my imagination, Z's imagination. My listeners know this show is about my imagination, my consciousness. It's all about me. Sorry. It's just the way it is. Now, you can come along for the ride if you choose. I believe people have what's been called free will, free choice. You can choose to be here. And thank you for so many of you who've chosen to be here with me. We can experience this thing together. Blessings. Come one, come all. It's a big tent, everybody. Welcome to the carnival, the circus they call Earth. This is just a little part of it. Right here on YouTube. Anyway, who's here? So many people are here. Thank you. People say, well, what are you going to do, Z? What does this mean? Living in a post-truth world. We're in a post-truth world. Truth has jumped the shark, basically. Does anybody even care about that word anymore, truth? Should we care? Maybe we can never know what truth is, but does that mean we should just stop caring about the concept of truth? More and more as we enter this AI age, I've come to realize that the amount of information out there is seemingly infinite. Who can define what truth is? Certainly not me. But as I tell my listeners over and over again, although we may not be able to define truth, we can certainly recognize lies. And those two things are not synonymous. One need not know what the truth is to recognize a lie. This is a simple concept. Our entire legal system, justice system, is based on this concept. I don't need to know what a thing is to know what it's not. I don't have to prove a thing to you if I can prove what it's not. See, this is a very fundamental concept, one that I've been very focused on. Meaning to say, in a world of lies, maybe our focus should be on divining some sense of the lie in this mixed up deceptive reality. Look, one can say this whole reality is a lie. More and more I'm coming to that conclusion. People want to look at concepts like the creator, the creation. They want to label God. They want to define what God is. They want to throw a Bible in front of you or some other type of ancient scripture and basically say, this is God. Well, it might be God to you. What if the God of this reality is much different than the one that's been presented to you? What if the nature of reality is completely different? than the one you were indoctrinated with? What may God be then? When I look at this reality, I see deception in the fundamental, through the very metaphysics of this particle world. What God could create that? For what purpose? I don't know. But yeah, it's a post-truth world. I come online and look at these so-called truthers, and they want to tell you what the world is, who God is. They want to tell you all about history and science, politics. In reality, they don't know any more than the mainstream pundits that have been pushed down our throat for decades now. Anybody who's going to come on here and tell you they have it all figured out, to me, is somebody who's not worth listening to. Ask questions. That's the most important thing. That's why I took the name Zetetic a long time ago. I realized that the main focus should be asking questions, not in supplying answers. Let's see what you guys are saying. Our Pulse here, he says, is this even AI? He's making a reference to my appearance last night on the Jack Talcott program, where our good friend Jack basically thought I was some type of, I don't know, like AI language learning model or something. But yes, this is Z. That's right, Richie. You've got it. I mean, I know you can't see my face, but could you even trust that anyway? Who knows? At some point, you could just run me through some AI system and just create your own Z show. Let the AI tell you what I think. Let the AI give you my perspective on this world. Who knows? But yes, no, this isn't AI. This is me. Var is here. What time is it where you are, Vara? I thought about you when I was coming on. I said, oh, Vara will be able to see this. He won't have to like stay up into the wee hours of morning just to catch my show. Maybe we'll try to do these early shows more often. Maybe we'll just try to do shows more often. How about that? People want to ask where I've been. Well, where have you been? What have you been doing? I could just turn it back on you. Why do I need to tell you where I've been? Does it matter anyway? Would you care if I told you? We're all trying to do this thing called life. How are you doing? Who else is here? I'll give some shout outs while people roll in. It's been a while. Sarah B's here. Coming at you. Good to see you. Of course, Christy Lee Dolls. Sarah says, Z, where have you been? Well, I'm here now. That's all that really matters, isn't it? We're just doing a thing. We're just doing a thing. I decided I'm not going to come on here and like tell you guys about the world. I decided that a long time ago, but I was reminded of it recently. I'd rather just come in here and explore our collective consciousness together, individually, if that even makes sense. I'm sure it does not. Why should anything even make sense in this reality? Maybe we can talk about, I don't know, reality itself. Maybe we can talk about the perception of the physical world. A world that this control structure is trying to define for you. That's the big key. All this propaganda, social engineering, and indoctrination, it basically comes down to one fundamental premise. The idea that there is no God. This is it, really. It really comes down to the whole God thing, all of it. And again, God is simply a concept. You can call it source, the all, the I am, the oneness, spirituality, consciousness. It matters not. It's, is there something else? See, we've been conditioned into a paradigm where most people don't even acknowledge the possibility of something else. This, I conjecture, is a very recent phenomenon. If you study the ancient writings, the things that have been passed down through history, whether we can believe it or not, we can see that humanity at large had a very integral understanding of this idea of the conscious, the spiritual, the metaphysical, the astral, the etheric, the mental. There was an understanding that this reality existed across a grand spectrum, and that this base material foundation is simply the one that we're perceiving. This was understood as fundamental. This is the very basic of all religions. The mystery schools, the esoteric understandings, the ones that we could at least have some grasp on, have shown this. And in reality, all of the spiritual schools and so-called religions that you can ever come across come down to these fundamental concepts. Concepts that were held dearly by humanity and passed on throughout time. But anyway, much love. For anybody new here, welcome. Truth is, the show hasn't even really started. Yeah, get that. I know it's mind-blowing. The show hasn't started. But yet here we are doing a show. Talk about a paradox. We have a new friend here. Modern Men Lost Again. Landry. You can you can basically know him as Jack Talcott's new co-host. And I got to meet him last night, again on the Jack Talcott show. And for my longtime listeners, there's an announcement. We will be embracing the Talcottian understanding here on Z Show. We're going to be embarking on a journey with Mr. Talcott. Basically, we're going to be continuing our journey. He's been a co-passenger this whole time. We won't resist Jack here. We won't really resist anybody. How's that? We're going to practice the art of non-resistance here on Z Show. Too long has humanity resisted the things that it should have embraced originally. How much time has been lost to people holding on to their traditions, their dogmas, their outdated practices? We're moving forward. We're doing what needs to be done. We're cooperating with men of like spirit as we embark on this journey. Funny enough, I got a message from our good friend Rose 777. That's right, Rose 777, everybody. You guys know Rose. I mean, most of you know Rose. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't know Rose, because I would expect most people know Rose. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't know Rose. I always like to know who I'm talking to. But anyway, I got a message from Rose 777. Believe it or not, she contacted me on Telegram. And she said, Z, I want you to come down to New Orleans. Jason, and if you don't know, Jason is her loving partner in both life and business. She said, Jason and I are going to host an event, and we're doing a documentary. Am I letting this out of the bag? Rose, if I'm letting this out of the bag, just let me know somehow. But you told it to me. You didn't tell me to keep it quiet. Well, apparently there's going to be like a whole thing about Jack. It's in production. And Rose asked me to be a part of it. And I said, look, Rose, I don't know. Because I don't tend to trust people. And I really don't tend to trust, certain types of people. Wink, wink. And I don't have my Jewish theme music up, so. So I said, Rose, I don't know. We're going to have to talk about this thing. So Rose apparently wants yours truly to be a part of some kind of Talcottian experience that she's cooking up on her end. Now, if it was Rose on her own, I probably wouldn't take this thing very seriously because Rose tends to have a very vivid imagination. She tends to embark on certain mental journeys that might be more fanciful than realistic. But if she is including this Jason, her partner, well, then I may give it a little bit more weight. I tend to think this might happen. But here's the question, Rose. Where do I fit into the Talcott thing? Because if we are going to embrace the Talcottian experience, well, then it really needs to be all about Jack. Am I going to be a bit player in the Jack story? We'll have to discuss this. Maybe our new friend Landry will help us out. Maybe he has some. Landry, do you have any info on the Talcott documentary? I wonder how much Jack's going to be a part of it. Jack, if you're listening, the less involvement you have in this documentary, the better. Just let everybody else do the heavy lifting. Jack, heavy lifting's not your thing. You're more of an ideas guy. You're more of a face. Get it? Let Rose, the meddling, nosy Israelite, do all the work. Let Jason kind of carry the load. He's got a lot of experience with that Crow 777 broadcast, so I'm not sure, Jack, if you really need to be integrally involved in this. There's others. Let's see if anybody's saying anything. What are they saying? Our poll says the Talcottian adventure is actually a thing. We'll see if Jack shows up. Who knows? Much love to Jack. I respect Jack. People say, well, why do you even talk to Jack? Well, I like Jack. I respect him. He believes in something. A lot of people are going to disparage Jack, but he's endeavoring in something. He's exploring something that's commendable in my book. So anyway, much love, Jack. Where's my music? Get some music up here. I really went into this whole Rose and Jack thing so I could do my Rose, my Mossad 777 skit. That's right, everybody. You know her as Rose 777, but many of us know her as Mossad 777. Very sneaky, Rose. Very devious. Jumping on the Talcott train. I don't know how much I can trust this. Rose and Jack working together, behind the scenes, scheming, plotting. The world may never be the same. For those of you who don't know, Jack actually lived with Rose for a little bit, for a brief while. So, how many people have lived with you, Rose? What are you really doing in that house of yours? So I'm counting Jack, Illumitami, Brian O'Shea, of all people, and others. Of course, Nachiketa, I don't know where he fits into this whole thing, but I'm sure he fits into your plan somehow. So strange. FPV Angel just says Jack who? Jack who? It's okay, FPV. Stick around. You'll meet the guy. His name's Jack Talcott. Jack who? But anyway. Good luck with your documentary, Rose. We'll see. We'll see how much of a part I play in it. I don't know. It's going to take a lot to get me out of my little comfort zone I have set up in my life. FPV Angel, you don't really have to know who Jack is. You just need to know who Rose is. She's apparently at the center of everything. And I mean everything. She's Benjamin Netanyahu on speed dial. She's well trained in the art of deception. She's pretty much a shapeshifter. Don't let the wheelchair fool you, everybody. Rose is dangerous. I hesitate to even interact with her most times. But I must say I'm intrigued with this Talcott documentary. I'm not going to lie about that. That's a fact. The PV Angel says, I know who you mean, never associated with her. Good job. You're better off. First, she infiltrated the Crow 777 show, slowly but surely. Then she tiptoed her way into the flat Earth community. I'm pretty sure she's the #1 reason why Jiren flipped. She's on the phone with Jiren constantly. They're BFFs, by the way. Could Rose be at the bottom of all of it? I think so. Yeah. Much love anyway, though. Much love to Rose. Rose knows we kid because we care. We're friends with everyone here at Z Show. We're friends with humanity. We're tired of the division, the hate. We're going to cultivate a state of consciousness here, right here on Z Show. Through me, through all of us. We're going to set our intentions. It's really what it's about. I'm realizing this more and more. That's what the masters knew. The masters of this reality. The masters of this so-called universe. They understood this. That we're creating this reality. Actively. Is anybody listening to me? The Rose music has distracted me. Come on, we can all imagine it. Rose is sitting home. She's sitting home, wheeling around the house in her backyard, feeding those squirrels of hers. Her cell phone rings. Ring, ring. Hello? Yes, Rose. It's me. Who is this again? Rose? Come on, you know, it's me, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of our country. Yeah, I know, it's you, BB. I always know it's you every time. I just like messing with you. Yes, Rose. I know. Ha ha ha. It's not funny. The reason I'm calling, I want to check in on how things are going with our scheme. Which scheme, Benji? You know I have many. The scheme to take down the truther community. Don't you remember? Yeah, I know, Benji. Well, how's it going, Rose? We know that you did an excellent job infiltrating Crow 777 radio. Then you basically took Nachiketa down. He doesn't even stream anymore. What happened to him? I told you I would take care of Nachiketa. I get the job done every time. Yes, Rose, that's why you're our #1 Mossad agent. You took Nachiketa down. You caused Jiren to flip to the Grove. You basically destroyed David Weiss's relationship with Crow 777, wink wink. Now it's on to Jack Talcott. Jack Talcott has been the goal this whole time. I know, BB. That's all part of my subterfuge. The Crow 777 and Flat Earth takedown was just the beginning. It was a four-way into the Jack Talcott world. Yes, Rose. It has been about Jack since the beginning. I know, BB. It's all about Jack now. Yes, and don't forget about Illumitami. I know. Don't worry. We'll release Illumitami when we're ready. I basically have him locked up in the closet. Yes. And did you supply him with the methamphetamine that we talked about? Yes, of course. How do you think I keep him here? Yes. Keep supplying Illumitami with all the methamphetamine that we're giving you. And when we're ready, we'll unleash him. How is the plan going for the Talcott documentary? Yes, BB, it all comes down to the Talcott documentary. Once we get Jack down here in New Orleans and Zetetic Warrior, we're going to release Illumitami. He'll have enough methamphetamine in him by then to take both of them out. Yes. But don't take out Jack. We just must compromise him. Remember, once we have the meeting between Jack and Donald Trump that we've set up since the beginning, we must use Jack to infiltrate the US presidency. Yes, BB, I know. It was my plan, remember? I know, Rose. I'm just reminding you. Well, anyway, Jack, I gotta get back to my squirrels, okay? Yes, you feed the squirrels, Rose, and you continue with your plan to take down the US government through Jack Talcott. All right, BB. L'chaim. L'chaim, Rose. It's fun for me every time. This is more fun for me than I think anybody else. And now I get to include Talcott in the whole Rose Benjamin Netanyahu scheme. It was all about Talcott. See, that's the best part. It was leading up to this documentary, the Talcott documentary. I could do that for hours. It might be a bit self-indulgent if I just sit here for hours and do my Rose skit. But I shit you not, everybody. Talcott lived with Rose for a little bit. She keeps everybody in the same room. Rose, I want to know, did you watch? Last time Rose was on, she was very intent on telling us that between her guests, she washes the shit. Jack, I know you're here, Jack. Jack, did you ask Rose? Did you make sure that she washed those sheets? Because her last guest was Illumitami. Talcott, please tell me you didn't sleep in the same bed as Illumitami without washing the sheets. That's that's what I want to know. Yes, Rose. Did you make sure to leave the dirty sheets on for Talcott? Yeah, baby. So Talcott and Tommy slept in the same bed. The same bed as Nachiketa and Brian O'Shea. That bed may be the most historical bed in Panelverse history. What's going on in that House of Roses? And how does Jason put up? Like, Rose, what are you two up to? You just keep collecting these, like, random internet people into your home. It's like some weird sick perversion they have going on. Like, what is that? Look, Christy Lee Dolls is here. She's even been to that house multiple times. Why do I know like 7 people that have been to Rose's house? All right, so Jack's giving me feedback. He's here live. He said he didn't even have to ask, and he was assured the bedding was clean. Oh, thank goodness, Jack. Tragedy averted. The bed was clean. Jack says that I'll probably sleep in that bed too. To me. I don't know, Jack. Rose wants me to come down for some documentary. Am I letting the cat out of the bag, Mr. Talcott? I tend to do that. That's why people shouldn't tell me secrets. What's my role in the documentary, Jack? I want to know. Although I shouldn't ask you. I'm going to ask Jason. Yeah, early promotion. Get ready for the Talcott documentary, everybody. It's coming. I don't know if you missed it earlier, Jack. My recommendation to you was basically you should be as you should have as little involvement as possible in this documentary. Just let it be about you, Jack. Just keep doing your thing. Let Jason and Rose plan and scheme the whole thing. Maybe that Landry guy too. He seems to be really into you. Just let it happen. That's my that's my advice to Mr. Talcott. Let everybody else do the dirty work, the heavy lifting. Just be you, Jack. Just show up. That's what true talent is. They say that Marlon Brando, like towards the end of his career, he didn't even bother like reading the scripts or learning his lines or anything like that. He just showed up. They would write his lines on like the various props around the room. Where does he was paid like millions of dollars to do like a 3-minute spot in the beginning of the original Superman, if you remember. He was Jor-El, Superman's dad. Where it is like they were writing his lines like on the baby's diaper when he was changing it and stuff. That's what Brando does. When you're a Brando, when you're a Talcott, you don't need to know lines. It's just about the presence, the gravitas. So that's my recommendation, Jack. Don't worry about the production of the documentary. Don't just go there and be you. Don't even give it a second thought. Just arrive. Anyway. Where's FPV Angel? Who said, "Who's Jack?" That's Jack on the screen there. Live without fear. That's his slogan. It's trademarked, by the way, so don't try to use it. I hesitate to even put it on screen because if Jack and I ever have a falling out, he could probably get me for a copyright. Live without fear. I encourage everybody to live without fear. Hey, Jack, is Snafu going to be in that documentary of yours? How could he not be? Rose, if you're listening, Snafu needs to be prominently featured in that documentary. Prominently. Apparently, Snafu has all kinds of connections to Jack's personal life. I think Snafu is Jack's son on like speed dial. Don't worry, Jack. Snafu has like all my personal information. I saw that your co-host Landry was getting all like in a tizzy because Snafu's doing a complete background check on him. All I have to say is, Landry, join the club. You can't be part of this without Snafu doing a deep dive into your personal life. It comes with the territory. Snafu personally vets every single person in this space. It has to be done. It's kind of like a ritual, an initiation, so to speak. Just let it happen. It's kind of like a prison rape. The more you resist, the rougher it is. And I think Snafu knows a little bit about prison rapes, given his whole presentation. I'm just saying. Where's my Snafu music? Yeah, that's right, everybody. I have a Snafu theme song here. Where is it? Where the hell's my Snafu theme song? Do I still have it? I want my Snafu theme song if I'm going to do this. Did I delete it? I don't delete anybody's theme songs, even Snafu's. Here it is. Rose, I want you to get the licensing for this song for the Snafu segment of the documentary. I want this. You can even put words to it. Pogo, 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 marfugo, marfugo, PDF, PDF, pogo, pogo, pogo. Dun, 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 Jackson, Jackson, dun, 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 dun. Pogo, 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 PDF, PDF, daddy, 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 PDF, pogo. Don't ask me why that's Snafu's theme song. It just is. I think it juxtaposes his personality quite nicely. It offsets the Snafu edge. So, Landry, don't worry about Snafu. He's going to do what he's going to do. Don't resist. Just let him get it over with. Then he'll move on. Like I said, like a prison rape. Plain and simple. Hell, if you go quietly, he might even use lubrication. I'm just saying. I'm sure it's not pleasant for him either. Snafu, tell him, this isn't pleasant for you, I'm sure. But it's for our own good. And Landry, it's for your own good. I'm just saying. Snafu Snafu says, he says, I'm gonna pull his records, show what he's hiding. Again, for anybody, Landry's the new co-host of Jack, and he's got to get jumped in. Landry, you got to get jumped in. Blood in, blood out, dude. We've been doing this for 3 years, Landry. You just can't jump in the middle of it and expect nothing to happen. It doesn't work like that. Landry, you either get jumped in or fucked in. Get it? That's the rule for every gang. You choose. Landry says $1,000, says he's all talk. Yeah, I don't know, Landry. You're not making a really good bet there. God. Marfugal. Flow state's a PDF. Snafu's words, not mine, everybody. I have no reason to believe flow state's a PDF. I'm just saying. Marfugal. I wonder what it's like being FPV Angel right now, who has no idea what's going on and who the fuck I'm talking about. Are you still listening? All right, maybe I should get the show started. I didn't start the show yet, everybody. Just saying. There's actually a show here. I didn't start. The Jack, again, for anybody just tuning in, for anybody who's like not comprehending, Rose 777 and Jason Lindgren, co-host of the Crow 777 show, are doing a documentary on Jack Talcott. Like a legit one. Jason is like a legit filmmaker. Like he's had films presented at like shows and stuff. Like he has a filmography. Go figure. And now they're focusing on Jack. I'm saying, like, I don't know where I fit into this whole thing. I don't know. Maybe I could be like a producer or something. Maybe I could like punch up that, like that post edits or something. You could bring me in. But Snafu has to be included in this. I just don't know how he couldn't be. But I don't know if you'll be able to secure the rights to the Danny Elfman theme song that I just played right there. I'm just saying. God almighty. All right. Maybe. Who's texting me? Somebody's. I forgot to turn the sound of my phone off. I just can't even. All right, let's get the show started. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's about that time. Oh, God, that's too funny. Maybe we'll get a visit from Rose later, and not just me doing like the fake Rose. Maybe real Rose will come visit us. Wouldn't that be nice? I think it's going to be great. Who knows? You never know what Rose is up to. She has a weird sleep schedule. Look, it's not easy, like plotting to take over the world. Anyway, let's start the show. Where's my camera? There I am. Greetings, and there you are. Official opening right now. Good Good afternoon, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You found your way to Z Show. That's right, folks. It is the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the proverbial rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal topographical plane that we call Earth. As always, folks, we're in store for a stupendous show this afternoon. As always, we're going to go into stuff. We're going to talk about science. We're going to talk about this reality. We're going to talk about a bunch of things. And we're sure to meet some friends. You know what we say here on Z Show? A stranger is only a friend that you haven't met yet. So strap in, buckle up, make yourselves comfortable. You're about to experience a little thing that we like to call Z Show. Much love, everybody. Thanks for being here. Who's with me? Who's here? Rom in the house. Sean Alke from the Great White North. The Zebra Man himself. Snafu Snaps coming at you. No. Yes, that's their name. No. Angela Baby Carson. Vividness 420. Good to see you. Morgan. Isabella live in the house. Crystal Shaman coming at you somewhere in time. As always, Vera, good to see you. Shadow and Light, welcome. Glyph, Pink George Floyd said Z's on gummies. David Harper, much love. Arpole in the house. Son of Overbrook, Pale Horse Rider. Blood always finds its level. He was let out of Z jail, everybody. Blood always finds its level. Coming at you. Modern Men, Lost Again, a.k.a. the aforementioned Landry. Brother Shively in the house. Brother Shively coming at you. And so many more. So many more wonderful. Too many to mention. I can't sit here and mention everybody. It doesn't work like that. It'd be redundant. It'd be profuse. And it'd be somewhat obscene if I just sat here and pointed everybody out. It'd be too much. But again, welcome. Welcome, friends. And now it's time for a little segment that we call Science. That's right, folks. It's time for the science segment here on Z Show. This is a segment where we talk about science, not real science, so-called science, hashtag science. The science that's being presented to you. You know? The science that we've all been taught through these public school indoctrination camps. The science that we all paid for to learn as we gave away our parents' hard-earned money as we went to these graduated indoctrination camps called universities and colleges. It's that kind of science. It's the kind of science that, you have to believe in. It's not really based in anything factual. It's just a culture. It's a mythos. It's an orthodoxy and a tradition. Some call it pseudoscience. Some call it scientism. I call it hashtag science. Plain and simple. It's the way I look at it. So let's see what's in the news. Under science, everybody. Again. I got people texted me. Look, if you know me and I'm streaming, don't text me. How's that? Who is it? Oh, I know who it is. It's somebody asking for the link. I'll keep it secret. They want a link. The link's coming later. Person who just texted me. Have you not seen hours and hours of my show now? I'm at the hashtag science segment. That's funny. Get it, everybody? It's the science segment. And then I do another thing, and then people come up. We build anticipation. I can't just give the show away. It can't be the XY or whatever show. It's the Z show, not the XYZ show. So whoever it is, hold your horses. I'm just saying. Okay? Hold your horses. Rose, go back and listen to the beginning. Like, go back, listen to the beginning of the show. You have to catch up, Rose. You can't pop on when I drop the link. You can skip over this part. You went back to the globe anyway, so you're not going to believe anything I say when I talk about Artemis and they want to build these nuclear fission plants on the moon and I don't know how aliens... You're not going to believe any of this shit anyway. Go back to the beginning, listen to it, and then you'll be prepped for when I drop the link. Because we're going to talk about Talcott and the whole thing and da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, Rose, she's giving us a problem. She has to work and has a Zoom at 7. That's a long time away, the Zoom call. We know you're prepared. And if not, you bullshit your way through the thing anyway. Come on. Anyway. Where was I? That's right, science. Let me get my window up. There it is. FromSpace.com. Artemis 2 moon astronauts suit up and enter their Orion spacecraft together for the first time. That's right, everybody. In case you haven't been following along at home, we're going back to the moon. Back to the moon. I mean, I know we haven't been back to the moon in like over 50 years, but I guess the powers that shouldn't be thought it's time to go back. And now our Artemis 2 moon astronauts are suiting up and entering the spacecraft for the first time. Let's get into it. The 4 crew members of NASA's next moon mission are moving closer to their upcoming launch. Artemis 2 crew consists of NASA astronauts, somebody, and another person. As of note, it's 2 white gentlemen, I guess, Afro-American, a person of color, let's say, a black guy, and a chick, white chick, though. Although I don't know if she's a lesbian or straight. We need to cover everything. Any transgenders? I mean, I know they did the whole, Katy Perry in space and Blue Origin, suborbital space, whatever it was. Maybe that covered the whole trans in space thing. I don't know. But at least we're having a black dude and a chick this time. Let's continue. After experiencing multiple delays, the quartet is scheduled to launch no earlier than April 2026, on their 10-day mission around the moon and back. That's right, folks. Unfortunately, they won't have the privilege of landing and stepping foot back on the moon. They're just going to zoom around. They're going to do the whole gravity slingshot thing and they just come right back. For anybody who wants to know how that works, it's been depicted in popular culture and movies for decades now. Anybody who's ever watched the movie Armageddon, when they did the little slingshot around the moon and had to catch up to that asteroid that they needed to land on, Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck had to save the Earth. It showed the whole moon gravity slingshot thing. Well, that's what our friends here at NASA are going to show you with these 4 individuals. Let's continue. With just months left before the historic launch, the Artemis crew is hard at work finishing their training and preparations. As part of that training, the whole crew suited up in their launch and entry suits to enter the Orion spacecraft together for the first time on July 31st. Before the test even began, the crew members were sharing their excitement about the milestone. We're excited that today is the first time that we will all be in a vehicle since it's been in this facility, and we're going to be in there together, which is really exciting. That's a first all around. Etc., etc., etc. So there's, folks. Let's show some pictures here. Let's see if we can make them bigger. There's these guys here looking at you. And like I said, I didn't lie. 3 guys and a doll going up. That's the right stuff right there, everybody. Look at these guys. I mean, if I were to pick anybody to represent the United States on the moon, I don't think I'd be able to do a better job than these guys. I don't know. They look good. They did a good job. Straight out of Central Casting. Check out these spacesuits. I guess this is like the new version of the spacesuit. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to walk on the moon in that thing. Looks a little flimsy. Looks like some rain gear I have hanging up in my closet. Same color and everything. All the pockets? What's with the pockets? I don't know if I'd want pockets. Pockets have seams. Velcro. I'd probably want the suit with like no pockets. I'm just saying. What else is going on with these guys? Here she is. I don't know. It's hard to see. I mean, like I said, I know we might have our first trans on the moon. I'm not getting much of an Adam's apple there, but the collar's kind of in the way. And on and on and on. So what'd they say? April of next year, everybody. Back to the moon, 10-day trip. Let's see how they hype this thing. That's why this is called the Artemis 2, for anybody following it home. The Artemis 1, apparently sent the unmanned Orion capsule there. Now we're going to put people in. Good luck, everybody. We're all pulling for you. I just had the... Never mind. What else do we have? Here we go. I thought this was good. This is from Parade, whatever the hell that is. Terminator director shares bleak outlook on apocalyptic future of AI. Remember, guys, we saw that Terminator movie. I guess it was the 80s. Then they came out with T2 in the early 90s, which was my favorite. I was a T2 guy. I think I was a little too young for Terminator when it first came out. So I was always a T2 guy. T2 was one of the sequels that lived up to the original. And then I had to go back and watch Terminator 1. Still a great movie as far as movies goes. And for anybody who doesn't know, basically the whole plot of the movie is that the AI becomes self-aware. You know, it's set in some time in the future. I think it's set, you know, when it was made in the 80s, I think it was set to be like around now. And the idea was AI controls, you know, all the defense systems, the weaponry, et cetera, et cetera. And then the AI goes self-aware and decides to basically take out humanity to preserve itself. Because I guess we need to assume if something gains awareness that the first thing it wants to do is basically selfishly preserve its, you know, its well-being. And I don't know, maybe this is like a human projection that we're projecting onto the machine. How do we know that the machine, once it becomes self-aware, would want to take us out? What if the machine shows benevolence, empathy? Why should we assume that the AI is going to do this? But anyway, that was assumed in Terminator, and apparently the director has some things to share with us. Let's get into it. Terminator director shares bleak outlook on apocalyptic future of AI. As artificial intelligence grows more and more sophisticated, it's only natural for the average person to worry about how AI will impact their lives in the immediate future ahead. While some view the tool as a viable way to make everyday life easier, others have expressed their worries about AI's remarkable intelligence, with some even worrying it has the potential to risk humanity's very survival. Though these fears might seem like something straight out of Terminator, James Cameron himself has revealed his own fearful reaction to AI's place in contemporary society. So James Cameron, he's the director of the Terminator movies. He's also the guy that I believe did the Titanic movie, you know, with Rose and Jack. Rose and Jack. I mean, come on, everybody. Need I spell it out? Do we need to remake Titanic with Rose 777 and Jack Talcott? I'm just saying, if anybody ever does that, I have some kind of rights to it. I'm just calling it here. Let me continue. Above all else, the Terminator and Avatar, also he created Avatar, everybody, worried about without proper handling and restraint, AI could feasibly trigger a Terminator-style apocalypse beyond our wildest imagination. So there you go, everybody. James Cameron, who brought us the Terminator series, was warning us about AI. I don't know. Need I be worried about AI? Should I heed James Cameron's warning about AI? I don't know. Well, maybe if I'm to assume that AI is this new creation and that we're approaching some dangerous new frontier of humanity, well, maybe I should be worried. But I kind of think the story might be a little bit more complicated than that. Sometimes I wonder if AI hasn't just kind of been here all along. When I look at technology throughout the ages, it seems to have been kind of rolled out. Looks like they present us with some kind of predictive programming decades and even centuries before the technology is even realized. In the mid 1800s, Jules Verne was telling us how we're going to go to the moon. I have a bunch of pulp magazines from the 1920s and 30s that show detailed pictures of what it would be like on the moon, what the astronaut suits would look like, and what the Earth would look like from the moon from the 20s and 30s. I have an article from the 1930s called "A Smart Computer Takes Over the World." Maybe it was Intelligent Computer, something like that. I guess what I'm trying to say is it kind of seems like all the technology that we have in this world seemingly was rolled out. It was known about a long time before it ever appeared. I'm just saying, is it possible AI's just been around, just being introduced to us? It's just a question. I mean, it kind of popped up quickly, didn't it? I'm just saying, what do I know? Some people in the chat are saying for sure. Sarah says for sure, Z. I'm just saying. So maybe I don't need to worry about AI terminating the human race. Maybe I could just use it as a tool. Maybe if we just maintain our sovereignty and our connection to creation, spirituality, and consciousness, maybe we don't have to worry about tools. Maybe if we understand that we're more than this physical existence, more than merely material, then we could step out of our fear, step out of trepidation, and embrace some kind of confidence within and of ourselves. I don't know, just maybe. Anyway, folks, that'll do it for the science segment. I can keep going on and on. I got a bunch of articles I can read, but I can't let the show get too bloated and heavy. And I got Rose 777 just incessantly contacting me on the back end to tell me when I dropped the thing, as if that's my job. Rose, why should I give you special dispensation above everybody else? I have Talcott waiting in the chat like everybody else. I got this Landry guy, and who knows, countless other people that may want to come up and talk to me. Why does Rose get special treatment? Come on, Rose. Anyway, that was science, everybody. Much love. Yeah, Landry just says amen. He's been back there for an hour and 20 minutes now. I don't know, Landry. You might want to stay on Rose's good side, especially if you want to be part of that documentary. I'm just saying. All right, where are we? Let's get on with it. Stop sharing. Oh, man. Thanks for being here, everybody. What do I have next for you? I'll get my backstage in order. Yeah, here we go. We'll share that. What do I have for y'all? Hit the like button, everybody. Like and share. Like and share. Come on. Algorithms, blah, 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 etc., etc. Just like and share. A lot of people have been telling me that YouTube's boring lately. They wanted me to come back. So I'm back. So share the thing. God. We can't just all watch Flow State all the time. Flow State pretty much is in a 24/7 stream state. It's not Flow State, it's stream state, everybody. You see this guy? I'm not going to do the Flow State thing. It's too much. I mean, I respect what you're doing there, Mr. Powdered Dusty, but the trade-off to that is, I have to be friends with Chuck from Tennessee. I'm not willing to do that. I'd rather just do this. I don't have to be nice to everybody. Flow who? You know who, Flo. All right, what do I have? Let's get into the next part of the show. I have some good stuff I want to play. And yes, I will be dropping the link shortly. Hang in there for those of you who want to see your favorite panel people. We'll be doing the link thing. But I want to get into some stuff first. It's a formula here. It's a formula. I wanted to show this to everybody. And then we're going to get into some other stuff. All right, so many of my longtime listeners know the basically year-long kerfuffle drama that yours truly had with one Jiren Campanella. Okay? I don't have to get into it all here. If you know, you know. If you don't know, just go back, watch the other shows. I have a lot of videos curated on the topic. We don't need to rehash the whole thing. The basics of it, I came out to the world before pretty much almost anybody, barring a few people who I've named in the past, and said that the problem with this whole FE topic is that a bunch of gatekeepers traded the conventional model that was given to you through academia for their new model of the world. And they were going to tell you how the world works, and that the sun and the celestials and the moon and the so-called planets circle around the monopole, and then Antarctica is like a ring around the outside, and for reasons and otherwise. And I came on from the beginning and to Mr. Campanella and said, why should we trade one model for another, one that is no more or less evidence than the one that was given to all of us, again, through academia, so-called science, and the rest? But no, everybody told me there has to be a model. You need a model because we have to tell you what the world is. And I kept saying, no. I don't have to tell you what a thing is, as long as I can tell you what a thing is not. So I can tell you we objectively don't live a spinning, wobbling globe existing in space, making an elliptical orbit around a fusion gas ball that we call the sun, which is basically conjectured to be a star amongst all the other stars, but we're just really close to it. And I could say, no, it's not that. It can't be that. And you say, why, Z? And I say, because physics. You don't need to talk about optics. Optics are illusory. They're tricky. There's little things called optical illusions. But the physical world, the world that could be substantiated, the world that could be measured and tested and repeated, well, that world doesn't lie. And the physical world shows us that their presentation of this heliocentric model is simply impossible. And I said this over and over and over again. And most people ignored me. And then when Jiren came back and told everybody about that 24-hour Antarctic sun, well, then I started noticing more and more people in this so-called flat Earth community start to pick up my talking points. It's quite interesting for me to watch, and for my listeners, I'm sure. Well, as I said over and over again, that we don't need a model. Basically, people wanted to hold on to their model. Models. And as I said before, Angela Baby Carson is the only flat Earth model we need. But in the spirit of that, I wanted to present this clip here from Shane St. Pierre. Shane, are you out there? Do you listen to me, Shane? Are you still riding that Witsit bandwagon? Give me a break. That's the case. Witsit, we're going to get into you in a bit, by the way. The Witsit train has derailed everybody. I'm just saying. Witsit, I mean, you're kind of a lost soul at this point. You should come over and talk to me. I've said this before to you and to Dave Weiss and the rest of you clowns. You should just be watching the show and then, taking notes and then talk to me. You do a lot better than you're doing now. But anyway, Shane, are you riding the Witsit train still? Is that something you're into? Come on, Shane, come talk to me. But either way, Shane kind of presented this little thing. It's quick. But it makes a good point because we talk about what's called the azimuthal equidistant map. And people think that that's like one thing. Turns out it's not. I'll let Shane take it away and I'll comment. Am I sharing it? Where's my screen? Here we go.
Someone claimed that this is a new model for flat Earth and a different model of how things would work. And they say, the AE model is trash and this is the new model. Okay, first of all, there is no AE model. There is just a coordinate system that is projected into all various different projections with different distortions based on the same spherical coordinate set based on the celestial sphere. So that's all that's being projected. If you want to say the AE model doesn't work, then the globe doesn't work either. It's all the same data. So let's stop mixing up things and let's be very clear. This right here is actually not a new model at all. It is the same model. Again, it is an azimuthal equidistant projection. All right, and I'm going to prove that to you. So people look at this and they go, oh, it's very different than what we know. No, that's incorrect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import equirectangular map into my map projector. So let's look at that. So here's this. I'm going to import this. Here we go. There it is. It comes in an orthographic globe, and I can move my locations up here, and I can see different spots on the globe. And I can change my orientation over here, and I can, move it around. This is an orthographic projection, okay? If we change it to an azimuthal equidistant projection, what we see is this, and this is how it starts, okay? This is an azimuthal equidistant north pole focused projection, meaning it makes this projection its center point and the north pole, and then it does the azimuthal equidistant projection for directions from there. So it's preserving the directions of the point of reference, and at this point, it's the center. It's the north pole. However, if we were to move this to different areas, we can actually see that it would skew and scale. Say if we do this, move it a little bit over here, move it a little bit over here, and now we get what concavers call a different projection, right? They say this is what concave Earth looks like. And
all right, thank you, Shane. He makes a good point. This idea that we need to have like an understanding of what the Earth is, that we need to know every little thing, it's just arrogant. It simply is. These people are going to come on and they're trying to tell you what the Earth is. You might say, oh, Z, you're making a claim. You're making a claim. Level, horizontal, topographical. You can say that's a claim, but at least it's a claim that's backed in physical reality. It's demonstrated. This whole conversation needs to shift completely. It's tired, and somebody said, Z, this is boring or whatever in the chat. And that's not the point. It may be. I probably agree with you. But I'm trying to show something here. And I've been doing this for like a year now. And I agree. I'm kind of tired of it too, because it's the same thing over and over again. And it really goes back to concepts that have been known for like well over a century now. That if one thinks they could have a complete understanding of what this place is, well, then one probably needs to rethink. We don't know what this place is. The sky shows us a certain thing. Again, the sky is intangible. Nothing in the sky could be substantiated. I don't care what NASA's telling you, what Elon Musk is telling you, and so on and so on. Frankly, the understanding of the sky was basically given to the gods throughout history. It's a realm of metaphysics. And as I've said over and over and over again, you cannot triangulate any heavenly luminary based on any map or any model, globe, flat or otherwise. The reality is we live in a very special place, a place that probably is beyond any degree of scrutiny. Now, don't get me wrong. What's been presented to you is impossible. But as we're coming to learn, the so-called FE Earth that we've been given through these flat Earth gatekeepers seems to be no more evidenced than where we began. So I want to show that because I want to give credit to Shane. Maybe he'll come talk to me. Because I kind of think there's certain people that have good intentions, and maybe I could at least highlight something to them that they're missing. Let's see what FPV Angel says. It kind of looks like your map, FPV Angel. Let's bring this up. This kind of looks like the FPV Angel map. I'm just saying. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, FPV Angel. You were telling me that a while ago. What did I just hit here? Just expanded this. Any FPV Angel fans? What did he say to me? He said, you can debunk the globe and pizza maps with a skipping rope. Face west, start skipping. This is star rotation. Where's the counter rotation in the south? Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. Then he said elliptical motions. Anyway, much love, everybody. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what the place is. I'm just going to tell you what things aren't. It's a much like simpler way for me to organize like my whole reality. Maybe it just comes with age. I don't want to sit here and egoically tell you things that can't be proven. It's one of my big problems with our good friend Austin Whitsitt. Speaking about Austin, let's get into this. It's one of the problems with Austin Whitsitt. Austin, are you listening? Some of my listeners think you listen to every one of my shows. It's kind of evidence. We all saw that debate you had with Jiren. It's kind of like you just went through the last year of my content and just spat it. Hey, do me a favor. I need audience participation. Put a 1 in the chat if you noticed that Whitsitt's talking points during the Jiren debate matched mine completely for the last year. Put a 1 in the chat. Let's see who's paying attention. 1 in the chat if you noticed what I just laid out. That Whitsitt's talking points in the Jiren debate, all new talking points, matched all mine in the last year. I want to see what my listeners have to say. Oh, look, there's ones coming in. Somebody said plagiarism. That's funny. I want you to pay attention, Whitsitt. You like to substantiate things empirically? I'm empirically substantiating that you ignored me for a year, then realized you were backed into a corner, and then took all my talking points. I'm just saying. I even got a 1 from Snafu. So, some people called it straight plagiarism. I'm just saying. But that's okay, Whitsitt. We'll let it go. At least you made some sense in that debate. So I'm not going to come at you too hard. Let's stick on the Whitsitt thing here. So, for anybody who's followed my show for some time, you may remember that we're good friends here, friends of the show, with the with the channel Grounded Extracts. James and Naj, they're a team, they're partners, they're life partners, and they're creation partners. Our friends over at Grounded Extract, they like to do like parodies and things like that. I want to bring up one of their newest parodies. Came out maybe a week ago. It's a new season of the Murder Dome. It's their series. And I thought it was pretty funny, and I wanted to highlight it. I'm not going to play the whole thing. If you want it, you can go there. I'll drop the link for the Grounded Extracts channel. If I had mods here, they'd be able to drop the link, but I took the mods, I took the wrenches away a long time ago. Rule by Saturn's already laughing. But let's get into the new Murder Dome, because it seemed to be all about one Mr. Austin Whitsitt. Let's continue the Whitsitt vibe. Where's my thing? Let me bring it up.
That's why I would be honest about the whole situation. I would immediately step more in the direction of the globe and say, okay, I have to reconsider everything. And he 100% did not see the actual sun in the sky for 24 hours. 100%.
For sure.
Doesn't exist.
I have family members who booked a cruise there. They went there and they weren't allowed to get off the boat.
All right, so there's a couple problems that I could point out here in that last clip. Firstly, that's what happens when you make claims based on zero proof. And it's funny what our friend James here is pointing out is that wanted to run from all these claims. I wonder who curated all this and put it together, where James got this. It's basically a montage of putting his foot in his mouth. You know, humility would go a long way, Austin, I'm just saying. But speaking about humility, this picture with you and your wife, on screen making content, turns out didn't age very well, did it? Based on recent events. I'm just saying, if you know, you know. But a little hint for everybody in a relationship: maybe don't put your entire relationship online and then get butthurt when she basically records you having a temper tantrum, plays it to the earth, and then potentially and allegedly leaves you and takes both your kids. Maybe don't get butthurt about it when you decided to put that whole relationship in front of everybody, present it as relationship goals. Again, maybe when it all falls to shit, maybe realize that it was your bad, your L. Maybe take the L, I'm just saying. But I'm getting off topic. Let's continue.
24 hours. 100%.
For sure.
Doesn't exist.
I have family members who booked a cruise there. They went there and they weren't
Better days, everybody. This was better days in the Whitsitt household.
allowed to get off the boat.
You guys keep bringing up the 24-hour sun, but actually that doesn't happen. No, you didn't see the 24-hour sun.
But you don't see the sun, and everyone knows it. If it really could, there'd be thousands of videos.
Guy that worked for NASA that was stationed in Antarctica said he never saw a 24-hour sun. You just see the sunlight. The only supposed footage of it is provably photoshopped, doesn't exist. You did not see the actual sun in the sky for 24 straight hours. If you did prove it, you're the first one ever to have the actual evidence. Just because you're saying it on the internet, we're not going to blindly believe you. Just because you're saying it on the internet, we're not going to blindly believe you.
Did you guys see Karen B? She made a cameo there. How's it going, Karen? Come talk to me.
I'm just going to call hard BS if this dude's claiming he went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun.
No, that doesn't happen. The sun isn't visible for 24 hours. That doesn't happen.
Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I don't believe you're talking about the South. You're talking about the North.
Oh, you do not see the sun itself for 24 hours. No, you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. That's not what happens. Okay.
Oh boy. Yeah, AI's a son of a bee, isn't it, everybody? That's okay. I mean, I'd imagine like somebody just didn't sit through all of Whitsitt's material for the last how many years and pull it. You just put it like an AI algorithm and you can pull up any time he mentioned the word 24-hour Antarctic sun. I know this because it was done to me. Every time I mentioned the the phrase Jiren's penis, the AI just pulled it up. And it was presented to me like a couple months ago. So I'm sure somebody just used AI to pull this up. But that's the thing. The internet doesn't go away. We can't run from the things that we say. My audience knows I sat here for almost a year. Almost a year. I told Austin what was going to happen. He knew. That's why I was one of the first shows Austin popped on within weeks of coming back from Antarctica. He knew. His sycophants knew. Run Boston Bear knew. Are you listening, Run Boston Bear? How are you? We told him what was going to happen. Not because I was there, but because of evidence. I was able to look at the evidence, evaluate the situation, and make an informed judgment. Witsit up until the time he went was denying this whole thing. And now here it is, in a Murder Dome episode, kind of thrown right back in his face. And now he has to watch me sit here and do this.
Stand up's nice, ground games getting sicker. Don't watch my size just because you think.
World. Sup, legends? Anyways, I never said, bro, that the 24-hour sun does not disprove the flat earth. I said the 24-hour sun does not work on a flat earth. Everyone calling me a liar and a shill and a gatekeeper, like, just because of reasons. Like, my guy, if you're one of those people trying to, like, hold me accountable, get me to explain my position, like, bro.
So obviously this is James doing his best Witsit impression. And there's Ron Austin Bear in the bottom. It looks like James goes full method for his impressions. He obviously dyed his beard orange. I hope James calls in sometime soon. I want to know his hope. James, I want to know your process. Again, we talked about Brando earlier. We talked about method acting, the Lee Strasberg technique, everybody. It's a whole thing. I'd imagine James just goes full method. He embodies his character before he jumps into it. How long did it take you to get into the Witsit mindset? I can only imagine. But here he is with an orange beard and the whole Witsit persona. Let's continue.
Since when can we not question things as truthers? Like, we need to be able to question things.
Somebody said, what are we watching? So this is the Murder Dome, season 2, episode 1. Hold on, let me drop the link before I keep going. Because whoever asked me what we were watching, that's proper. I should have had the link queued up. Where is it? My bad on that one. This is Grounded Extracts. James and Naj, his lovely wife. Yeah, where's the link here? It's coming at you, everybody. I don't mind stopping it for the link. All right, let me get back to the show here. Where is it? We're live, everybody, coming at you. All right, here it is. Go sub to Grounded Extracts. I know a lot of you are already. It's funny, and we need to make fun of these people. They deserve to be lampooned on. Like I said, we live in a post-truth world. Witsit needs this. For any of you Witsit apologists out there, he needs this. This is his crucible, a refining process. He needs to check himself. Austin, after all you've been through, you still require this. Kicking and screaming. Go back to the beginning of my show when I talked about just letting it happen. Just giving in to the inevitable. It'd be a lot better for you, a lot more healthy.
And then make observations and then question those observations. And that's what it's about, right? Tonight is the summit. It was the Flat Earth Summit. Now it's the Etheric Summit. I'm still Flat Earth, but it's called the Etheric Summit, like a festival vibe, but like full of legends. It's gonna be epic. Yeah, anyways, we have somewhat what I consider to be legendary speakers for summits. Like, you'll never see the world again, basically, after summit, right? So, like, you know, the world is not what you think it is. So yeah, now you're equipped when you leave with like power, you know. So everyone says that after every summit that they leave now able to like go through life until they die. And that's, I just asked, all right, we're gonna open up the phones while we're preparing for summit. It's gonna be fire, bro. If I recognize you, I'll let you promote.
I love the comments scrolling across the bottom. I'd imagine you'd have to watch this at least 3 times to get all the nuances. I don't know why he doesn't put out more of these Murder Dome episodes. I mean, I'd imagine there's a lot of production and writing that goes into it and editing and all that stuff, but we need more.
Something. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. All right, our first caller.
Trifling tit for tat here.
Oh, how you doing, man?
I'm doing wonderful.
So as a callback, this trifling tit for tat, it's basically a parody of Troubling Tribune, which interestingly enough, it was the Troubling Tribune controversy. Some of you may remember. He's in jail now. Thus the county jail attire, okay? It was the Troubling Tribune incident that led to my first encounter with Austin Whitsitt. Funny enough, Rose 777 and I were discussing this Troubling Tribune controversy. And all of a sudden, one Mr. Austin Whitsitt showed up on the backstage. And I guess he was playing like a half-baked like attorney representative for Troubling Tribune. And he came on and he was kind of stern and authoritative. And Whitsitt wanted to tell me what was appropriate and what's not appropriate to talk about on the open airways in America. Weird. But anyway, that was my first encounter with Whitsitt. So I thought this was interesting as things come all the way around, as we watch our friend James here do a Whitsitt impression, as he also does a Troubling Tribune impression. Let's continue.
I saw you were and your mug shots. You made it for June, July, and August. The calendars the boys put together in here.
Wow, that's really gross. All right, man. That's gross. That's.
I love what you're doing with the streams. I'm about to get back at it. I haven't made a video in about 2.5 years, but I will be out soon. And when I get released, we're gonna put Flat Earth back on the map, or back on a pedestal, the way it deserves.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think that's. All right. What's up, man?
Immediate shout out to Daryl Davis.
Yeah, he's a legend, man. Yeah.
Yeah, Daryl Davis. We met Daryl Davis here on Z Show. This is like a trip through memory lane here. Again, it's funny how it all comes around. Yeah, we met Daryl. Guys, you remember when Daryl Davis showed up and tried to tell me all the things he was going to do to me? I remember. That was like right when the beginning of the Flat Earth Mafia's attack on me. Karen B., Daryl Davis. Look, I'll hesitate to give you all the reasons why they were so in a tizzy about the things I was talking about, but let's just say would be in their interest to maybe not talk in detail about it. So we'll let that slide. But yeah, we remember Daryl Davis of Flat Earth Fund. Let's continue. Just saying.
Sure. Yeah. What's going on?
I just want to interject. There is additional evidence of the flat Earth not being presented here, and it's related to the 24-hour moon, which is that's not real, trifling. And it's my turn. What's up with it? Yo, what's up, dude?
Yo, not much, man. Just chilling, getting ready for Summit. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in a while, my guy.
And of course, that's Brilliant Bryce. Which, if anybody can't figure it out, it's basically a representation of James's old friend, one Mr. Awesome Austin of the Melodome, etc., etc. Go check him out. That's Grounded Extracts, everybody. Links in the chat. I'll drop it again. Oh, yeah. Like I said, hey, get a sense of humor, everybody, about yourself. Y'all need to be knocked down a little bit. A lot of bit, actually. We're all tired of being told what this place is. We're tired of being told what truth is by people who don't have a clue what they're talking about. It's insane. I can't watch Whitsitt anymore talk about God and how he knows God exists. How Whitsitt knows the Jews are behind everything. Yeah, I'm going after you, Whitsitt. You need it. I'm so glad James did this. Keep it coming, James. Come talk to me, man. And for those paying attention, Our friend James here has a nice history with Rose. I'll let those two talk about it if they want to. Apparently, Rose and James have been trying to mend the fences, so to speak. At least that's the last I heard. But I said, Rose, you can't really be friends again unless you unblock all those Crow 777 episodes that you got rid of after you had that falling out with James and Naj over Owen Benjamin of all people. Are you kidding me? If you're listening, James, I vote that you keep Rose on ice. Basically, keep her out of the friend zone until she makes those Crow 777 episodes available again. I'm just saying, but what do I know? All right, everybody. Links in the chat to come up. I'm going to drop it. It's about that time. If you're interested in chopping it up with your pal Z, I'll be here for you. A couple of people have been waiting a while. I don't know. Rose wants me to text her or something through Telegram when I'm ready. Should I do that? Are you listening, Rose? Do I really need to go to Telegram and let you know I'm ready for you? Maybe she's ready. Maybe she's not. Who knows? Somebody said Z exposed the flat Earth cult. There's plenty to expose this fraud. I believe in you if you do. Look, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. Anybody who wants to talk to this Nicholas Dreslin and just let him know the history here. That's already happened. I've already exposed the flat Earth cult. I have a whole playlist of it. Just go to my videos. You'll find it. We don't need to do it again. It's been done already. I'm exhausted from it, if you want to know the truth. It's too much. My audience will fill you in if you're new. I've seen your name before, so I don't think you're new, but... All right, for those of you coming in the back, please hold, and there's room for more in the back. Please hold. I've been going for almost 2 hours now, and we do need to take a musical interlude, and I will get to everybody shortly. Come on up. It's been a while. I'll drop the link again. We're getting back on it, and we're moving. Talk to you soon, everybody. Take it away, James. This is this is the new cut from Murder Dome, Episode 1, Season 2.
Geopolitically, we in the field. I wonder if it's real. We got the Christian feels. Geopolitically, we making deals. Cause I be Owen, Candace Owens, Benjamin Owen, Jeffrey Dahmer, Amanda Palmer. I be getting honored, y'all know it's flat. Even the president, he just faking gay and he hesitant. Digitalize my grip shot. I swear this ain't a grip shot. I be having fun under the always bright nice sun. Photoshopping pics with the glam shot. Give you thanks and props for making you all look how you welcome. Geopolitically, we taking pills. I wonder if it's real. Yeah, we be taking pills. Israel, it isn't real. Palestine distorted it. You weed up the lies, complot ideas. My brain is orbiting. Credit economy mortgages. You be pouring your portages. Murder economy mortgages. You be stupidly pouring shit. Better invest in Bitcoin unless you like to sip coins. I be spitting bars, but just kind of how I spit so hard. Try to fortify the community. I bought an RV and got to saving V. Not a you're welcome, not a who's helping. If you only knew what I've been through. I like to pray and I always blame Jews. And geopolitically, I'm making deals. I wonder if it's real. Yeah, we be taking pills. Yo, shout out to FMXXX Radio, bro. Passed away earlier this year from an unknown incident.
All right, much love, everybody. Much love. Like I said, I have guests rolling in the back. We're going to give you guys time to come in. Everybody can prep, get their mic ready. Go through their process, whatever their process may be. Everybody needs a process. Let me ask you, yes, you. How are you living your life? Is it with intention? Is it with purpose? Is it with awareness? Or are you just kind of just floating through the breeze, expecting somebody else to do it for you? Well, if so, I assure you that will not happen. This is an intentional world, a world that we are creating with our intention. If you sit back and let other people do it, how could you expect to have any place in it? I assure you will not. All right. I'm about to bring some people up. But I need to contact Rose. By the way, I'm on Telegram, everybody. That's how you can get to me. My Gmail's, it's scrolling right across the screen. My Gmail, my Telegram. People say it's hard to get to me. It's not, really. I may not get back to you right away, but all right. So I'm sending this. All right, there it is. We'll see how that goes. So it's not really hard to get to me. All right, come on in, everybody. Let me get to my guests. Who do I bring up first? That's always a thing. People tend to get sensitive. I imagine what it's like. I say, let me bring up my first guest, and then you see it's not you, whoever it is. But sometimes we save the best for last. We build. Let anybody backstage who gets butthurt if I don't bring you up first. Let me ask you, if you were like in a boxing match, would you want to be the first bout or the last one? The answer is obvious. Do you know Jimi Hendrix didn't go on until the last day of Woodstock? It was like early in the morning, like the sun was coming up. It was like bright already. And they were telling him, Jimmy, no, go on. People are going to leave. It's going to rain. It's going to be crazy. Jimmy said, no, I'm the headliner. I'm not going to go on before, like, I don't know, whoever. I'm the headliner. I'm Jimi Hendrix. I don't care how many people sit around and wait for me. I don't care if everybody leaves. I'm the headliner. I go last. See, that's the attitude. This is the attitude that we're cultivating here at Z Show. It's the attitude of winners, of headliners, true talent. And true talent needs to be recognized. And I do think that is one of my abilities here on Z Show. The ability to recognize talent. And frankly, I can't even take credit for it. It's something I was born with. It's innate within my very being. I've always been like this. Recognize good bands, good movies, good food, all of it. I just carry it over here into this world. I'm a recognizer of talent, a recognizer of beauty. I can see innovation, originality. A lot of it's about being authentic. A lot of it's about the courage to be vulnerable, to put yourself out there, to be raw, to expose yourself to the world. The courage to get hurt and stand back up again. And let me tell you, no other person in history has exemplified these traits more than my next guest. Hey, Jack, welcome back to the show.
Thank you sincerely. Holy cows, man. You are amazing. Thank you.
The thing is, you have one of my better theme songs. And I'm always very pleased with myself when I match the individual with the song perfectly. And I feel like I stuck the landing with yours, Jack. So
You sure did, man. And, you know, shame on me. I didn't know you were so easily accessible to the viewers. Thank you. I shot you an email while I was backstage.
good stuff, Jack. All right, so let's get into it. I don't know how much you heard of my my opening to tonight's stream, but
Just
I
some.
may have let the cat out of the bag. So I was contacted by our mutual friend, one Rose 777, and I was informed of some very interesting news that there's currently in the works a documentary based on none other than you and your life, and it will be produced, directed, and so on by one Jason Lindgren, co-host of the Crow 777 radio broadcast. And you'll be the star of it. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if that part is accurate. There is a documentary coming together, but who's leading it, I'm not sure. And
good info. Go ahead.
Yeah, there may be a few things going on. I mean, documentaries going on. There's a lot of things going on, but yes. And when I believe I was there when the message was sent to you last night. I was talking to Rose, and I am so excited.
Well, we're all excited, but correct me if I'm wrong. It kind of sounds like you're kind of shopping this thing around, which I guess it's a pretty good position. Look, it's always good to have options, and I don't blame you. Like if Rose were my only option, I might be a little hesitant too. So we heard here that you had a little trip down to let's say Louisiana, and you may or may not have met up with our good friend Rose. Can you confirm or deny this?
I did. That is true. And I did sleep in the same bed as Illumitami and Brian O'Shea and a whole bunch of others that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Wow. Let me ask you, so of all the people that slept in that bed, if you were forced to sleep in the bed with one of these people, like if you were forced, and I'm going to give the names, because so far, here's what we know. It was not only you that had slept in that bed, but like you said, it's Illumitami, Brian O'Shea, and our mutual friend Nachiketa.
Yeah, Nachiketa.
Among others. If you had to pick one person to share that bed with, who would it be? I know who I would pick, but
I'm thinking Nachiketa might be the most cuddly, the softest. He'd take up the least space, maybe. How about that?
I like your reasoning, Jack. It's very well thought out. I like it.
What is your thought? Who are you going to sleep with?
Between that group, I'm not sure. I might be allowed to crawl in bed with Jason Lindgren. He might be the most cuddly out of the group. I'm just saying. And he seems to have the best hair. I mean, Nachiketa's hair was pretty good until he chopped it all off. But
no, he's got beautiful hair. That is for sure.
All right, so bring us into it, Jack. So you go to New Orleans or Louisiana. Was this planned that you're going to stay with Rose, or did you just show up and call and say, "Hey, I'm here. Come pick me up at the train station"?
No, it was briefly planned. It was put together very quickly. The idea came up, hey, you want to come hang out and try and share some support and hang and meet? And so, yeah, I went and hung out for a week, and that coincided with a trip I had planned to Utah as well. So I went from Baltimore to New Orleans, then to Paradise, Utah, and then back to here.
Baltimore, New Orleans, Paradise, Utah, then back to Baltimore.
Yeah.
All right, so there's been some questions from the audience, some burning questions, and I'll use this opportunity to kind of, be the mediator here. First question, some are wondering where you or by which means are you funding your current operations? Travel, lodging, et cetera, et cetera. Say as much as little as you want.
I've had support, direct support with the travel and accommodations, both as way of, purchasing and as way as helping me get discounts. So I'm still doing good, actually. I'm surprised at how good I'm doing still.
Cool. So is it fair to say you have like somewhat of a digital benefactor, so to speak?
In these specific areas, yes.
Is it Tarek? Did Tarek ever
come? No.
No, so Tarek.
He's never followed through. I mean, many remember he said he was going to go 3 times the contributions I received that one day, and he never followed through.
It's funny, Jack. People have a history of not following through with their financial obligations to you. I actually did witness. He said he would triple any contributions given. There was a verified contribution given,
mm-hmm.
and you're basically reporting that he didn't follow through. So, Tarek, if you're listening, I know you like to be considered a man of your word, a man of integrity and otherwise, but I don't know. That doesn't bode well for you. Another question we had for you, Jack, is you seem to have a new co-host, very recent thing. Now, many of us in this, panelverse have dabbled with, let's say, collaborations and co-hosts and things like that. I have yet to see any work out. I mean, it's called YouTube, right? Have we seen any of these cooperations, these collaborations work out? I don't know. But that being said, you seem to have found somebody who is comfortable taking more of a backseat, possibly a producer's role. This guy Landry, he goes by Modern Men Lost. Talk to me about how you met Landry, what your current relationship status is with Landry, business, personal, and otherwise, and what you look to gain by having somebody, because I kind of think it's a good idea for you, because here's the thing, and I can see both sides of it. We know that the Talcott show can be a little wild in a lot of ways. Much like my show, some of the unsavories seem to desire participation, et cetera, et cetera. You, much like myself, like to give people a voice. We like to have loving intent towards people, even to those who may otherwise want harm for us, et cetera, et cetera. It seems as though this Landry is very intent on tempering some of those tendencies that you have to continually engage with these people, which I think is a good thing. But then there's the other side of the coin, because a lot of this is a collaborative process. It's a creative process. And a lot of times in any sort of, let's say, formula or recipe, you need a little bit of bitter to balance out the sweet. You need a little bit of sour and tart to kind of bring the whole thing around. Because if too much either way. So is there something to be said about some of the characters that you interact with and maybe the contribution that they may have towards bettering your show? I guess what I'm trying to say, Jack, is getting rid of, let's say, the Illumitamis or the Snafus and things like that. Is that such a great idea, or is there room as you move forward? I want to hear your thoughts before I start bringing other guests up.
God, you're the best, man. There's room for both. Okay. I'm very open and I'm very reasonable, and I evaluate what makes the most sense. Should Tommy, you brought up the 2 names, Tommy and Snafu specifically, should they and others, actually show a change, show a difference? I'm all about giving people a chance to be better. And as far as Landry, I texted him and Rose the link. So he was dealing with his daughter. I know he had intentions, and I don't know what Rose is doing. Rose is Rose, man. She's lovable.
maybe we'll get to talk to them. Jack, I have endless questions I can ask you about your trip to Rose,
Yes.
777's household. We've gone into the whole thing with Rose. Again, she claims that she washes the sheets in between each guest. We're going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that. We've heard about different people's excursions into the deep, dark recesses of like her refrigerator and freezer. Apparently, one of her guests stumbled across a discarded frozen chocolate bar and ended up on like a 3-day psychedelic trip to realms unknown. We've heard those stories before. We've heard all kinds of things from the Rose household, things that are unmentionable that out of decorum and decency, I will hesitate to talk about now. But a few of the names that you talked about, I kind of have ready to go. And one of the people I want to bring up quickly, just quickly, because I want to give him a voice. I don't want to railroad you out of here, but I think this person should, at least in some way, have some type of representation in your documentary. Because again, how can you have a protagonist without an antagonist? Every good story, every good storylines needs its challenges.
Mhm.
Every hero needs their villain.
I have plenty of fun villains. Yes.
Right.
Documentary is going to be fucking amazing.
All right. So in that spirit, let's bring up our next guest.
Mr. Z, thumbs up, Jack, tell, continue. The optics are high, Mr. Z. The optics are high. Jack looks sad because he knows what I'm about to expose. So we all three have a mutual friend, Rose, because I talked to Rose last night.
Okay,
Rose,
so here's the thing. Hold on, Snafu. Hold on.
Rose
Hold on.
and I
I'm
had
going to
a
give
chat,
you.
Z.
I'll give you your time, Snafu. You know I will.
No, I know. I'm just saying I talked to Rose last night too.
Well, as far as I know, and I've known this for quite some time, you and Rose are in frequent communication, which I find completely interesting. And it also calls into question Rose's intentions in this whole endeavor. Now, we know that Rose has links back to her homeland. We know that Rose has strong Mossad connections. She's practically on Netanyahu's speed dial. So here's the thing. The fact that she's in communication with you
Right.
and Illumitami shows that in some way she may not be able to be accepted as the character that she portrays to the world. So I'm just saying that. So go ahead.
Maybe.
Please.
Maybe. Z. Now whistleblowers real fishermen half a crew.
Hold on. Your microphone's messed up. Hold on a second. Is his mic, Jack, is his mic messed up?
Yeah, it started roboting there for a moment.
Yeah. Hold on. Are you there, Snafu?
Can you hear me?
Look, come out and come back in. Your microphone's horrible. Yeah, leave and come back. Do something. God, as much as he's been on these panels, Jack, it's a problem. You know? Snafu's also a guy, like, some cliches are cliches for a reason. Like, you'll constantly hear his fire alarm beeping in the background. Like, I don't know if that's like a certain cultural thing or what, but Snafu's one of those beeping fire alarm guys in the background. So here's the thing, Jack, and I saw you nodding your head, and now I'm understanding this a little bit more about why you may be shopping this documentary. Because even after with staying with Rose, you may have learned something. You may be coming on to what I've discovered, some time ago, is that Rose is a bit slippery, meaning to say you can't really ever take her at her word. And you're probably better off keeping her at some degree. But now, it doesn't mean she can't have some purpose in the whole Talcottian experience. I mean, Jack, you may not know the history and the so-called lore, but Rose was very involved in promoting our mutual friend, one Mr. Proper Instruction Motivates People. Rose may be considered one of the catalysts that launched him into some kind of, I don't know, like viral video thing. What do you say to that? Rose kind of has a history as a, let's say, a kingmaker, so that can't be overlooked. But can she be trusted? That's the question. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Yes, she can be trusted, but you got to trust yourself to make sure you understand her. Okay? Because she says a lot and it brings confusion sometimes. The same problem I've got and Tommy's got, just different ways. So my experience, yes, I actually trust Rose. She's one of the closest right now. One of the most I trust right now.
Wow, one of the most.
Yeah. She was probably the most until recently. There's someone moved in, man. I'm feeling good about my life right now.
All right, that's intriguing. Let's give Snafu another try. Floor's yours, Snafu.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I talked to Rose too. Like you said, the optics are high. Rose. Now, what's interesting is this documentary going to be a propaganda piece to push Jack up? Is it going to be showing his anger and dictatorship and delusional optics on YouTube? A life coach with no family, a life coach who really has his life in shambles, but tries to present himself as
All right,
something he's
hold
not.
on.
I don't know
There's no need to disparage.
I'm
There's no
curious.
need to disparage Jack.
No.
Jesus.
What is this documentary going to be about? It's not disparaging. It's the optics, D. Is it going to
Hey,
be truthful or is
yeah.
it going to be like a propaganda piece? I'm going
It
to talk to
will be.
Rose personally. I'm going to have a conversation with Rose about it.
All right, hold on, Snafu. Let me jump in. Now, I don't know if you heard, I did advocate to Rose over the airways that you be included somewhat in the documentary, all right? Because any documentary needs to be well-rounded. But of course, it's going to be skewed towards Jack, especially if Jack has something like, why would he promote himself in a, like, say, I don't know, less than positive light? But your presence probably would contribute somewhat to it. I admit that. Go ahead.
Why would I want to be part of a documentary that
Snafu.
is biased or propaganda piece versus a realist
Snafu.
piece about a guy online who
Snafu.
acts like a life coach but really isn't? Like that's what I'm gonna have I'm glad you broke the news because I talked to Rose and I were actually gonna go live the other day because there's optics with there's Rose right there. Hello, Rose. Hope you're doing well, hon.
Hello.
Hello. The optics are high.
Thank you, Rose.
No, Rose. We were talking about this documentary piece because some of us feel Jack is not what he claims to be online. There's a large audience of that who believe a life coach who his life is in shambles and optic. We're not disparaging. We're just being honest. They really feel he's kind of the meme, the joke online. Then you got the people who push him up and feed into the things. I'm curious, what kind of documentary is this? And you're right, Z. Jack Tells was a very crucial part of the internet life of Jack Talcott. So I feel I should have some optics in it, but I got to know what kind of documentary we're dealing with.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that. So I'm not the total ringleader of the documentary, but if the documentary were to occur, since there are so many people that are pressuring us to do a live event and Jason wants to play his music live, and since Jason agrees with peace, Jason would be willing to include Jack. And we thought, wow, Jack on a stage with Z next to him, that would be great footage for a documentary. So I was just saying, hey, Jack contacted me, said that you would be open to collaborating with him. And if you really want to help Jack, we would love to get footage of you on the stage that could be used for whoever's documentary. There are a couple other documentaries that I'm working on. So I just want to contribute in any way I can and bringing you two together if you are willing to be a part of Jack's mission, because we definitely want to make it like a peace rally, health, biohacking, esoteric, occult, tax declination, extraordinaire Renaissance fair that Jack will be a part of. And you could too if you'd like, Z, is what I was suggesting and talking to Jack about.
Thank you.
Now,
Okay, so
Rose,
now I'm
I
getting a
talked to
greater
Rose,
understanding.
and Jack did accept the thing I talked to you about,
Thank
where
you.
Jack said, "Fuck me, fuck Paul, fuck O2W." Rose said she'd mediate that. Jack said he's down, Rose, so we're gonna
But
get that
nobody
going
else is
soon.
down. Like nobody else wants me to mediate that. I mean, obviously I'm available, but I mean,
Yeah.
just because it's your idea, Snafu, doesn't mean that people are gonna just do the
Well,
idea that you have.
I feel OTW and Paul and Jack and I. If Jack says he's willing to tell him now, since the other day he was hug a buddy, fuck buddy, now he's like fuck him again. I asked him. I said, "Are you willing to say this to their faces? Have a little chit chat with everyone?" He said, "Yeah," and I brought to you that maybe you'd be the best person to mediate. So I'm just letting you
Hold
know.
on,
You two are
Snafu, we're
here.
getting off topic. Hold on,
All
Snafu,
right.
we're getting off topic. All right, what I want to
Here's
do.
my topic. The
Go ahead.
documentary, Rose. What do you feel that people have a right to wonder if it's going to be a propaganda piece or if it's going to be a real piece? Because Jack could stay here all day long and argue, but most of us like watching it would be really fascinated about a man who is that delusional, thinking he's a life coach, which he's not, and then showing how it's really kind of like sad. Like that's a real documentary. It would actually probably be a tearjerker.
Hold on, Snafu. Hold on. See, I got to take him off now.
Please,
because
thank you.
here's the thing. I brought Snafu up, and he's in the back. I didn't kick him out of the studio because I wanted to get his perspective, because I think he has a unique insight into Jack's life, and he's part of Jack's journey. But if we're just going to keep cycling into the same dysfunction over and over again and disparage Jack, why would I give you a platform to come up here and just shit on Jack? How's that going to encourage Jack to come on here and share his voice? It's an odd thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I also want to advocate for Landry in the back, because he's got more info on the documentary that he could explain, right? Rose was really about the event and including you in that event, and there's a lot of pieces going on, man.
All right, so let me just sum this up. And so I have a greater understanding now.
Thank you.
Rose basically is organizing an event that she hopes to in some way play into this overall documentary, but it's separate from the documentary. Is a completely different thing. Okay, now I get it. Now I always had in my mind that like Jason was doing a documentary.
No.
Because Jason has done films. He's presented at festivals. I hear he's somewhat of an auteur, so to speak. So I know Jason had experience there. So I guess I made some leaps. So this is interesting. All right. So let's hold on. Snafu, you get a few more words and then I got to move on because I don't want you just.
Thank you for the clarification. No, thank you for the clarification. I was with you, Z. I thought Rose and Jason were doing this production. That's why I was like being serious. Now I see what's going on. The guy, your newbie. Okay, remember he was so excited to tell his mom he's working with Jack Talcott, a broadcaster who goes live every day. This modern guy is learning the lesson, and Z, when he comes up, you might want to educate him. I do got his public records. I do got his wife's. And again, we know public records is not doxing. Okay, he's a newbie, Jack. Now I see what's going on. He's super excited about his position he has with you. He's the one doing this whole documentary talk and shit. So it's really nothing. I thought it was Rose and Jason. My bad too. I was misunderstood. Thanks for clearing it up, Rose.
I was worried about it because anytime someone wants to know what's actually going on, they could just ask me.
Well, this was new to me. Z broke the news, and I was like, breaking news, holy shit. Rose didn't, I know what we talked about, but like I didn't hear a documentary on Jack, so I was just, wow, this is news to me. But no, we got to the bottom of it, and the newbie is excited, and he wants to do this. And again, Z, with all love and respect, because again, whether you like me or hate me, real whistleblowers, real journalists, you might want to educate the newbie the optics, because he made it worse for him. We absolutely are pulling his records because he cried and is crying so much. So you might want to educate it, because Jack will cupcake to him. People like
hold on, just hold on. Take a rest.
I yield. I yield.
Yeah, take a rest. Hold on. All right, so. All right, so thank you for the clarity, Rose. Rose, are you in a time crunch?
I wish I wasn't, because obviously I would love to just spend as much time as possible with you. And the fact that you're live, I'm I'm happy to be here, and I'll be here as long as possible, but I should not stay too long.
Okay, so let's tighten it up. Firstly, Rose, how was your experience with Jack when he visited you? Is there anything of note you'd like to share?
Absolutely fantastic. In fact, the three of us, Jack and Jason and I, were reminiscing on how much we all enjoyed his time with us. And Jason really loves to share his joy of the French Quarter with people. And so we just really appreciated how much fun Jack had on his date with Jason for the French Quarter. It was really hot, so they didn't get to Jason didn't get to show him everything he wanted to show him, but Jack was just constantly saying, "This is so amazing," and it's so great to just show Jack a good time and just give him like the royal treatment, because I really love to do that. It was fun.
That sounds great. All right, Rose, here's the thing. I want to keep you, but I want to get some other people. And since you're on a time crunch, I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
Any final words? It was a pleasure. Rose, where are you with everything? What are you looking forward to? My title, the stream is titled tonight, Living in a Post-Truth World. Have we entered a post-truth world? Does it even matter? What is truth anyway? Is it just being defined for us? Should we all just like listen to what's being told? Does it matter? Does a true thing matter versus a false thing? Do you still care? And where do you see everything going? Where do you see your future going? Jason, Crow 777. I know that was a lot. Give us your thoughts.
Wow, that's a lot. But I'm going to try and be succinct here. I am very optimistic for the future and see a lot of success for a lot of people. I think that the Crow Show is growing. I think that I'm going to be branching out and doing some fun things. Like, I'm really looking forward to I have a free meeting tonight with over 200 people attending, which anyone can sign up for at projectbiohacking.com at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. And it will probably be a UFC cage fight of so many people with different opinions on health. And I just did not expect this many people to sign up, but that's what happens when you make things free. And so I'm really excited, but kind of scared because I don't know what to expect, because it can't be anything that I thought it would be, because I thought it would just be a hangout where everyone gets to know each other, because there would only be 10 people, but now it's going to be 200. So we'll see how that goes. Projectbiohacking.com is where you can sign up for free. But then I'm just very excited because I started live streaming on Crow's channel. It took me 5 years to get him to let me have access to his YouTube channel. And so the live streams have been going amazing. We just had one get 50,000 views and another get 25,000 views. And I've been just using all of everything I've learned in the past 10 years to try and gain exposure and get more members at crow777radio.com.
All right, Rose, much love. Blessings as always. Rose 777, everybody. Jack, what a long, strange trip it surely has been for all of us. And it all comes around and round and it circles. But as we are participating in this, let's say, circular loop we may be in, there's also a progression happening at the same time. And maybe it has to be a little bit of both. Maybe we have to progress as we just experience the same thing. Because it's like the same characters over and over again, but there seems to be some progression. I don't know what it is, but there seems to be some. Rose fits into it somehow. And here's the other thing, Jack. What people believe, whether it's about this world, about this reality, about politics or whatever, to me is of much less importance now than it used to be. I'm much more interested in what kind of consciousness people hold, their energy, their intentions. What are they bringing into this world? Are they a creative person? Are they original? Are they authentic? What kind of energy are they contributing? I'd really, because guess what? We really don't know what anything is. We don't have any answers, just questions. Are you asking the right questions? That's what it really is. What questions are people asking? Are you even asking questions? Do you think you know it all? I don't have time for people who are know-it-alls anymore. My time's too precious at this point. All right, let's get to the next guest. So you talked about Landry, Modern Men Lost. He's been back. He's waiting patiently. We talked about Snafu. I do have some concerns for your new co-host because I'm not sure he's entirely familiar with the initiation process that he's going to surely be placed through by participating with you. Here's the thing, Landry, and I'm going to bring you up and let you have your voice, but just know that your participation in this is not without consequence, and in no way will you be kept from your feet being put in the fire. It just doesn't happen like this. And Jack, I could make an argument that the Snafus and the others of the world, they serve a purpose. They have a place. Just like the ecosystem and all the flora and fauna of any particular ecology has their place. Snafu has a place. You have a place. I have a place. Everybody, Rose, okay? And what that place is really not for us to define. So we may need a Snafu to come in and basically regulate this thing, hold people accountable in ways that may be uncomfortable. It certainly happened to you. It's happened to me. I've gone through it with Snafu. You know, Landry, you know, and again, I'm going to bring you up in a second, but technically you are right. A doxing is any unwanted information that somebody places to you online. That's the loosest term of doxing. Does that make it illegal? I don't know. Does that make it immoral? I don't know. Somebody has to answer that. But don't think Jack has escaped this process. You know, we just have been here long enough where we've gone through it, and it comes and goes at some point. So, Jack, do you somewhat feel for Landry? Is he prepared for what's in store for him by standing next to you? Does he have what it takes? And Jack, again, you may, in some way, at least karmically, energetically, need to thank a Snafu, because whoever is going to stand next to you should be properly vetted in some way and should be held to the same scrutiny, at least somewhat, that you've been held to. So go ahead. That's a lot, but your thoughts, please.
Those are fair. The thought that occurred to me is maybe I did him a disservice. I could have discussed some of the possible blowback of working with me earlier, but he's prepared. He's an incredible guy. He stands strong on his own. But he also is he's a man of high moral character. He's a family man for sure.
All right, well, let's let him up. Landry, welcome to the show.
I thought this would never happen. Wow. I was just getting cozy. Let me get ready. I was ready, but then I had to get everything, you know. I was like, oh, we're doing this game, so let me properly get ready. Hello. How are you, Z? You're just a letter? That's your name?
Welcome to the show.
Oh,
just one
wow.
letter.
Okay.
Easy to pronounce, easy to remember.
Thank you.
Have you been following along? So obviously you were in the back when Snafu was up. You know, Snafu and I have gone rounds through the years. But I'm choosing to interact with people in a conscious way, in a way that's full of like loving intent and things like that. Even people who may present as unsavory to some. Okay, so I don't mind giving people somewhat of a voice. I will say I was not completely on board with the disparaging comments toward Jack. I just thought it was unnecessary. Really, but
it's always what he does, from what I can see. So I'm not sure what else we expect. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not offended by any of these things. If he doxes me, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of like immoral. I think you said, is it illegal? No, probably not. But it's immoral. Yeah, if you have children, I think it's probably immoral. But you know, from what I can tell, it might just be a joke, like a long running joke between everyone here. So either way, it's fine. But I mean, what I hate is when someone says the same thing over and over again. It's like, well, I get bored pretty easily, so I'm going to need some new information. And if that's all you got, just like, oh, here they come with the family records, and you say it 20 times, then we're just like literally just like stalling, and nobody's learning anything. And so maybe I am a really big deceiver, and I'm coming here to just burn down the whole place. You'll never find out because we're stuck on one thing for so long. So that's what I'll say about that.
Landry, what would you like to be called? Do you want to be called Modern Men?
No.
Landry?
Landry's fine. Modern Men lost again. That's the concept I came up with when me and this other guy started a podcast, and he quit after 10 episodes. So I'm not attached to that name. I like it. It's not bad, but I'm not running for my name or anything.
Right.
Laundry too. If you want.
The only problem is it's a little bit of a it's a mouthful to say each time. So, but you know, like Talcott Z just comes off. So Landry just comes off. So give us some background. How did you come across Jack? What's your experience been? What do you know about the Talcott journey? So just to kind of fill you in, I've been acquainted with Jack for quite some time now. It's been about 3 years, believe it or not. Okay, so Jack and I have quite a history. It's not like we engage with each other often, but we collaborate, we talk, we share ideas, we share platforms, you know, when it's appropriate, and we have a history. What's your history with Jack? Fill us in.
Well, especially when people say, "Oh, who's this new guy? Where'd he come from?" I think it's funny because this part of the internet, which I didn't really understand fully until very recently, and it makes a lot of things are kind of being put together here because, you know, I did work for Jiren for 2 years as a video editor back in 2021 through 2023.
Hold up, wait a minute. You worked for Jiren
Mhm.
as a video editor
Mhm.
from 2021 and 2022.
2021 to 2023.
23. So when you say worked, define that.
So I mean, all like if you saw it back 3-4 years ago, he started doing and I'm not saying that I'm gonna be here and be the Jiren defender. I mean, we had a falling out just like many other people have falling outs here, except it was offline because that didn't matter enough. You know what I mean?
It was offline. So you didn't. Let me ask you, what kind of videos were you editing? I mean, were you
Good question.
talking about his flat Earth videos, or was it other types of videos? Please.
That's a great and fair question, and I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, the video editing stopped, the flat Earth video editing, because there was too much other stuff coming in, so I had to kind of like dodging it left and right. You know what I mean?
Wait, hold on. We're not gonna look. You can't
we're not
come
gonna
up.
scroll past that.
You can't come up here and tell me you were Jiren's, of all people, video editor for 2 years and expect me to just blow by that like it's nothing. So okay, so bring me into it. How did you meet Jiren? Obviously, if you're Jiren's editor, you at least were one time part of the flat Earth community, for lack of a better term, I could assume.
Yeah.
How did you come across Jiren? How did you get into being his video editor and bring us into the falling out? Go ahead, floor's yours. We have time.
Okay. And this is something I guess I never would say publicly, but essentially I was just a fan. You know what I mean? So I saw his video back in January 2021 where he interviewed the guy Jaden X. I don't know if you remember this. Who did the what's it called? The January 6th, right? He filmed it. You know what I'm talking about?
The so-called insurrection.
Is this music gonna? Can I get like maybe a more? This isn't the right vibe.
It's Jiren's theme song. Just go with it. Everybody has a theme song on my show.
Okay.
It's called Detachable Penis. See, Jiren's penis and Z show is detachable. It has its own personality. It has its own everything. It has its friend group, its own beliefs and thoughts. So his detachable penis basically is already a character in the show. So don't worry about it. Just go with it, and it's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna take these off just so I can think. And so if you need to stop me, I'll be looking for a cue. Give me a finger if you need me to stop.
Go ahead.
So essentially, so I was working for him because I reached out and I was just a fan. I thought he had a pretty good idea on truth, because what I saw was that he would always say stuff like, "Hey, not everything's a conspiracy," and that's true. I still stand by that. But I only believed in the flat Earth because he, was convincing enough for me. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll do it. So he reached out asking for a video editor, and I was like, sure, I'll learn how to do that for you, because I was already working from home from like an IT support job. So I started doing it, and then like I really got so bored with the flat Earth by doing this because I had to listen to all his stuff and hear the ums, and I had to cut out.
Of course you would.
Okay,
hold on. Put your headphones on. Good. I turned the music off.
Okay, sorry. I'm bad at paying attention. So
hold on. Look, if you're going to be in this Panelverse world, you just got to jump in full force. We'll get you into it. So hold on. This is not, Jack. This is an exclusive. You brought this guy. You found this guy. This is gold. Okay, hold on.
Dude,
Everybody back up. Everybody hold on. All right. So you started believing in Jiren, in flat Earth, because of Jiren, but he was so boring that he bored you out of the flat Earth. See, that makes me think that Jiren was put there the whole time just to bore everybody out of the topic. So go ahead. So Jiren was what, persuasive enough and charismatic enough
originally,
to bring you in flat Earth. But then you listen to him drone on and on and on. You had to edit the ums. You know what's funny? I've gone through I got hours of Jiren's stuff that I wanted to present, and I just scrapped it. And I had to edit all his ums and his this, all that shit out of it, and all his nonsense. And he rambles. Did you ever get? Have you ever gotten a text message from Jiren? I have in the past. They're rambling and nonsensical. How many nonsensical rambling text messages over the 2 years did you receive from him? I'm sure it's countless.
You're talking about when he's high, like on weed?
Well, he's always high, but go ahead. Allegedly. Go ahead. Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, of course I've gotten some of those. I mean, dude, here's the thing. I've listened to probably, because there's a guy who did editing for him after me, but only for 6 months. So I would argue I've listened to more of Jiren's content than anyone on Earth, I think. So
wow.
And I've talked to him. We used to talk all the time, and I mean, he was a really good friend, I thought, for a while. And even recently, I tried to work for him again whenever he came back from Antarctica. I did for a month and a half, and then he just wasn't making enough money, so I didn't continue. But that's a whole different part of the story. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, the rambles.
Oh, the rambles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're editing for Jiren from 21 to 23.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, people keep telling me how Jiren was this big flat Earth content creator, and then he flipped. And I tell people, Jiren was a failed flat Earth content creator. He's been doing this for years with 160,000 so-called subscribers. Those numbers aren't represented in his live streams. We know that he has no more than 100 VIPs. I don't know that's what it was a couple months ago. You can't sustain an online career with just 100 people supporting you at X amount of dollars a month. We saw all these, let's say, anti-flat earthers, globe supporters with their thousands of supporters. What did you think when you were doing this for Jiren? Did you think he was like this big phenom? Obviously, something happened for you to leave. Was it because the money wasn't there? Go ahead. Your story.
It depends on. Well, I mean, it's like I said, it's a long story. It depends on how much detail you want. So I can kind of skip forward, or I can like just go slowly because I mean, there's a ton of parts here.
Just go into it.
Okay, dude. I can't wait because he's inevitably going to see this, and I'm going to get a what is it, Dirtball of the Week?
He watches my show incessantly,
dude. But
here's just with me because he should be, because I was the person who told him how this whole thing was going to go down. Jack, don't worry, we'll get to you, but this is breaking on the show. Don't worry, Jack.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm here to be the side guy. I didn't know this was going to happen.
No, we have to meet you. You're new, Landry. You have to be met. You can't just jump into the story without a backstory.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been in the stories. That's the thing.
Look, if I'm watching, it's like when you're watching a Marvel movie and then somebody shows up, you don't know who the fuck they are. You don't care about it. You have to be invested in a person's story to give a shit about them.
Sure.
Jack has gravitas, but not enough to make you interesting without the proper backstory. You just gained so much interest in my mind. It's incredible.
Cool.
You sat there with Jiren for years, and now you're on to Talcott. No one could do that. You have to be a man of resilience and some kind of fortitude to make this perilous journey from Jiren. Now you're into Talcott. You don't know. I don't know what it was a crazier world to be in. Probably Talcott's, honestly. But I mean, have you seen these characters around him?
So I want to put something out there.
Go ahead.
People think I don't know what I'm getting into. I've seen every video. I've gone in the background. I've gone through it, and I understand what it is, where it comes from. So I think some people think I'm just operating on this ignorance. If I haven't seen the Ghost of Talcott's past stuff, you know what I mean? And I haven't seen some of the blow-ups and the Paul and one of my favorite ones is where Paul keeps jumping back on to get on the call, and he's just pressing the button every time he comes on. So his face just pops on for like 2 seconds, and he disappears. I was laughing my ass off. So I know that this dude gets crazy, but I also know why he gets crazy, because it seems simple to me that there's this pattern here. And so, yeah, what I did with Jiren was I was there to do what he needed. He actually paid me a lot more than I think I even deserved. You know what I mean? Just because I don't understand how he was able to be fair at first, but it kind of.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, we don't want to conjecture, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying. So it was like at the end of the day, this was something I was doing for a little while, it was my only job. And I got another one just because I got bored of being at home all the time. But yeah, so he was my boss, you know what I mean? Like in a way that I was dependent on that money because that was the only money that was coming in. So yeah. I'm not sure
hold on. I'll help you along here. What kind of jobs are you doing? Like what kind of, bring us into it. So Jiren has something he wants to edit and present. Maybe it's like a NASA thing or whatever. Okay. How's it work? So he sends you a message, he emails you and say, I want to talk about this. edit this up into some kind of like usable, I don't know, like reel for me? Or were you post editing his stuff?
Yeah, so it was mostly like, hey, here's everything I've done over the last however many years. Find the good clips, and you have freedom of control. I got to the point where I didn't have to check with him before uploading because he trusted me. Sometimes he'd catch something he didn't like, and I'd get in trouble, and I'd get the big, explosion or whatever.
Oh, so you got like extra text messages. They were all right. So
Yeah.
listen, so here's the thing. What does it say about Jiren that he was leaving this creative process to you? No offense, but it doesn't seem like you really had a lot of, let's say, knowledge in the topic, so to speak. You said you got into it just because of Jiren, so you were like on the Jiren frequency.
Yeah.
But then
yeah.
he was leaving all his editing up to you. That's kind of frivolous on his part, and it shows me he really didn't care about his content. I would never give anybody just access over my content and then present it.
It
like
wasn't
that.
immediately. It wasn't immediately. So I would disagree with you there. It's not like I just totally randomly just came on. It was like, okay, now I trust you because I've seen that you know what I want. And there's like a few rules. You know, you don't want him to look stupid, and you don't want him to you don't want anything to like drag out for some, because that's the thing. That was the main part of the job, is like sometimes it would go so off the rails, like the sentence he said, and I'm like 50 minutes past where
For hours and hours and hours he goes off, and then he would expect you to cut that out and somehow follow his insane, nonsensical train of logic.
There's some things he said that are true. I'm not going to sit here and pretend, oh, Jiren's a dumbass. No, dude, he's got a lot of good insights, but there's just a lot of really weird parts of it that I'm like, I don't get. And there's also an extreme focus on the flat Earth in a way that I thought was, at a certain point, it got so uninteresting because it became almost okay, I'm here, we're going to do the flat Earth, we're going to do the math, and then especially honestly the most recent time in this year, whenever it was about the globe, because it felt, I don't know, that did feel a little bit immoral of me, because I was like, what are we doing here? What are we trying to say? Like, this wasn't us. Like, the flat earthers are so horrible. I can't believe these stupid idiots. They're morons.
He on everybody, and he basically insulted people, insulted me and others like me multiple times.
Everybody, from what I can tell, every single person was a dirtball. And I'm like, I just felt kind of icky doing that. But and then it didn't pay anything. So
let me ask you: do you feel like Jiren's globe flip was legitimate? Do you feel like he was ever a flat earther? Do you feel as though his presentation is as it seems, or are we looking at an act? Go ahead.
You know, it's a fascinating question, because I think that I have pondered it myself. I mean, especially as of this year. I mean, because he's said things to me too that I've heard other places where it's like he makes a joke about how much they paid him to go down there, and it's like, ha 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 ha. I guess it's a joke, but I mean, I'm not saying that they faked the thing. I won't sit here and act like I know. But what I will say is that coming back and just turning on everyone, I don't know, for me. The main thing I do want to say is that as a human being, I felt weird about the sexuality stuff. You know what I mean? Because I'm a dude. I don't want to talk to dudes about that stuff. So that was the part that drove me away from him the most, was that thing, which seems to be the most important part of his life. So I was really.
So everyone has a small penis. We're penises. Everything's penis. Were you aware of me before this Talcott thing? Did you know I was on Jiren's show and I told him to his face what he was going to see in Antarctica and the whole nine? Do you know that?
Yeah, I know about most things, but I just never was in these chats, because I mean that would be very taboo. If I was caught in what's his name, Bro Sanchez's chat, hanging out or something.
Did you know I went on Bro Sanchez's show and he and I just destroyed Jiren before even? Are you aware of all this? Yes or no?
I mean, I had to come at it from the perspective of Jiren destroyed y'all. You know what I mean? So I wasn't really thinking about this stuff. What I heard was people being mad at each other online, and it was really negative, and I hated it.
Right.
I hated it so much.
But so my point is, you were aware of it. Regardless of your stance, you were aware of these things. You're not new to my content. Is that just yes or no?
So the only thing I've ever seen of you, to be fair, is the penis thing. But I know of you. I've never done any, because he hasn't done a video on you. Like, he just brings up your name all the time.
He brings up my name all the time. So you knew of me.
Yeah.
What do you mean the penis thing? What do you mean by that?
That compilation of Jiren's penis, and see you. That's the first time I ever saw you.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to get back to Talcott. It's just amazing what you just came with your experience with Jiren, and I appreciate you sharing that. I appreciate you being vulnerable, and I know that's probably not going to come without some blowback from Jiren. He seems to be very petty
Well, he
I
doesn't
know
talk
that,
to me
so-
anymore, so it's like not that big a deal. I mean,
Yeah, you'll probably get a communication from him after this. Do you know that he and Rose 777 are very good friends and they speak constantly?
Yeah, dude. So that's
Do
the
you
thing.
know that?
That's how I know Rose too. I feel like here's what I was dealing with. I felt like me, Rose, Alex Stein, Dave Weiss, and Jiren were all best buds because I was editing all these videos. You know what I mean? I wasn't ever in there, and I never really talked to him, but I felt like I was because I was like, yeah, I'm a baby truther. I'm just the hidden truther.
Interesting. God, this is so fascinating. Look, Snafu's in the back flipping out. Now, I don't want to railroad you, Landry, but as I said before, you're jumping into something that has a long history. These relationships are well worn at this point. You're kind of coming in onto this. But before I bring Snafu up, we're going to shift it to Jack.
Yes, sir.
How did you get on to Jack? I don't mean to question your motives and your intentions, but these questions have to be asked. It's a really hard turn. It's a hard left to go from Jiren, Antarctica, Jiren's flip, fucking Alex Stein, and then now all of a sudden you're in Jack's world. And Jack, I'm just wondering, Jack, if you are scrutinizing Landry in a way that maybe you should be. I'm not saying that he has ill intent. I'm not even making that claim.
That's fair. I don't mind that.
But I'm just wondering how and why the interest in Jack. Go ahead, floor is yours.
You're asking me or him?
I'm asking you. Why the interest in Jack and how? Good.
So you say it's such a crazy pivot, right? But I mean, like I can tell you, I was a Jiren fan really hard. Like, I mean, I loved his stuff so much. The first year, second year, I was like, well, I'm just doing this for work. And then the most recent couple of years, it's just like, this is just really boring to me and I'm not interested in it. So I was obviously looking for other places for, truth or whatever, that kind of content. And I mean, I've been a huge fan of Crow for like the entire time. You know what I mean? I've just been, obviously, there's not as much of they've been off YouTube for a long time. So it's not even like there was a live chat to be in for Crow and Rose. So those aren't, new things that I find interest in. But so I saw her videos with Jack and I was like, okay, what's this guy's show? And I would watch it and I'm like, what is this garbage? Like, what is this nonsense? Why is there a bunch of people yelling at each other? Because I was even looking at starting this channel with that guy who left, the other modern man. We were like trying to figure out ideas and I was like, hey, look at this guy's show. He gets a lot of, for his subscriber ratio, he gets a lot of engagement. I'm like, so would you want to do something like that?
He does. And that's one thing, not to cut you off about this panel verse, you'll see is that Look at Jiren had 160,000 subscribers. You tune into him live with 300 and some people watching him. Do the ratio.
It's like 30 now.
I mean, you can see how many people are watching this now. I have 2,000 subscribers, homie. It's the same thing with Jack. Jack and I have the same subscribers, similar engagement. It's because people, I think, seek authenticity. They want to be engaged in stories. Because when you turn into Jack, you're tuning in to your story. It's why you look at these these dramas on TV. I'm not saying this like a drama, but like look at like As the World Turns or these soap operas that have been on for like 30 years. People are engaged in a good story. They want to follow characters. They want to participate in the emotion of the experience. That's what this brings. And this is why I wanted to talk to you about, Landry, is because I don't want you to miss this because I see what you're doing to Jack. You want Jack, you're trying to exclude any negativity.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so I may have mischaracterized it, but hold on. I may have mischaracterized it, but what I see is that some of these miscreants, these perceived miscreants, these characters, I noticed that you're actively and with intention trying to curb some of that behavior on Jack's show. It seems like you're his de facto producer, which seems like a good idea. What I will posit is this. You might want to at least look at and have an understanding of some of the different ingredients that make up the unique nature of a show like Jack's, of a show like mine. Okay. Just saying, because anybody could try to be a certain thing and present a certain thing, but Jack facing these people, rising up to the challenge and actually overcoming these challenges, I think is a very unique thing, in my opinion, that his show has that others don't have. I'm presenting that to you. What are your thoughts regarding this topic?
My thoughts are that it's been done. It's like it's the story's been told there, right? Because you can go back, you can watch the past 2 years of the same thing happening over and over. And what I will say is, you are right. The drama is interesting, and there's certain parts of it that are undeniably entertaining. But what is also true is that it's not interesting when it becomes first person jumps on, we got a Tommy. We don't kick Tommy off because we don't kick anybody off, right? Because this is an open panel. Somebody else jumps on, and there's 10 people on the panel, and it's just some weird like conversation that literally any person on Earth, if you threw them in, like 9 out of 10 would have no idea what was even being said. So at that point, it's like not even drama. It's not interesting. It's not juicy enough. It's just like railroading to nowhere. So I think that there's a very fine line between doing that and then, having people like, King Stephen, who just obviously his whole thing is like, I'm going to come on here every single day. I'm going to be the co-host, but I'm also going to be the biggest anti-Jack person because that's going to boost me. You know what I mean? So there's just so many layers to it. And I do see what you mean. There's some value there, but I also think that he's like done it already. It's just been said. What do you hear him say all the time? What have we actually achieved? Seemingly nothing. And I'm not saying that I'm going to bring achievement to anything, but I will say, I think that we could give these people a chance and still just make it fair to where they're able to bring their drama. They can bring their BS. What would be interesting? A part of the story, they come on, they pretend to be a saint for 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Right. They fool us all. The world, oh my God, we got an actual change in this person. And then they just backstab them. They're still able to do that. But their routine of getting in every day, they don't even have creativity anymore. To be fair, it is boring drama more often than not. The good stuff's still there, but it's not as common as the bad.
You make a fair point. Snafu wants to engage with you.
Yeah.
Now,
well, can you lay out ground rules? Just make sure he doesn't just speak the entire time, so we can actually talk to him.
Look, Snafu knows the rules here, and he's usually pretty good. He usually stays within community guidelines. But here's the thing, Snafu. Can we please avoid the disparaging and the conjecture? Like, so you could come up and speak your mind, but if you're just going to give us your opinion, your skewed opinion about people, that's probably not very productive, and I don't really find it to be very compelling content. Right? That's what I would say about it. Let's let him.
May I ask just real briefly to feedback, because you brought up the numbers and everything you said was absolutely true, but your numbers, you do much better than me, not only with the storytelling, right? Capturing the audience and keeping the audience, but also even polite. You do much better with the chaos than I do. So that's why when Landry offered his feedback, I can't deny what he said. Thank you. Snafu.
Z. I'm glad the old Z might be coming back. Some of the people been texting, the old Z's back, baby, but I don't know yet. Here's the deal. This guy, the optics of this guy. I knew exactly who and what he was linked with, Z. Why do you think I came in playing the game? I got his records. Again, we know why he's with Jack. Jack just made national news getting tackled on some stair steps, folks. Did you not remember the optics that I looked at the pogo? And this guy, noticed when you were talking to review the tape, Z, look at how his profile of how he's reacting to your question, wanting to deflect, avoid, and even his facial recognition of how he was avoiding
my facial recognition
history, his history of pogo-ness. Now we know why Jack is being played here. He's been being played since the day of the tackle, which I told you guys. And you want to believe me or not believe me, that there's reasons why I do what I do, Z. And I'm kind of glad the old Z called it out for what it is, because this modern man who lives with mommy, who is pogo linked and pogo involved, and as we like to call infiltrated media relations, coming here.
I need some context here. I need context. I don't know what this means. I don't know what pogo is. I don't know
you acting stupid. You guys, he's acting stupid, and you guys, he was the editor, and he just mentioned Stein and all the fucktards we know involved. Dude, he's
all right. Hold on. Let's take a break. Snafu, I hear what you're saying.
Playing,
your point.
All right,
Snafu, your point is well made. Let me paraphrase this so we could just kind of put this in a package, and maybe we can handle this. It seems as though your allegation is that Landry's former association with Jiren, Alex Stein, Rose, the Baby Truther Show, and the like. Your allegation is that this in some way compromises him and lends evidence towards this idea that he may have less than good intentions with our friend Talcott. Is this what you're saying?
Right, and Jack's such a retard. He got used by the guys when I told him he joined Antifa. And see, he realized like they started trying to get him to do shit. The stair steps was the first thing, and Jack bounced out from that group because even himself, personally, Jack don't lie. You said, "Oh, I'm not really wanting to get involved with some of the stuff that they're trying to do," and blah blah blah. And I just don't know. At first, you were all king ho about it, and again. There are reasons why Jack has his algorithm push on YouTube. I know way more than most you all, whether you like it or not. I will yield with that. But modern man who lives with mommy, who has pogo optics,
Hey, so we're getting repetitive again. We're getting repetitive again.
Okay,
I can't do this. I can't do the same thing over and over. Can you just wrap it up?
Snafu, hold on. Snafu, you've had the floor.
Right.
Look, Snafu, here's the deal. You know the deal. You've made a number of allegations here.
I stand by him.
Hold on, regarding his character and his intent. I believe we should give him an opportunity to respond. Okay, please go ahead, Landry.
I mean, so I have obviously questions about what Pogo is. I'm not sure. So it's just that group of people, those 4 people. That's Pogo.
Yeah, go suck your fucking boy Stein's nutsack.
Okay, so now this is what I'm saying. This is what I wouldn't allow for this
Stein.
on.
Go ask your boy Stein.
Okay, well, I mean, I would like to be able to.
You're playing coy, dude. You're playing stupid.
All right, I'm probably.
We're not
getting anywhere here. What's the point of this?
breakfast taco. No, the reason you're trying as a business model, there's reasons why he's trying to clean up Jack's house.
All right, let me try to moderate this. Hold on. I'm gonna moderate this. All right, hold on.
I didn't even get a chance to finish saying anything.
All right, I want to moderate it because I want to hear both sides. Because here's the thing, Landry. Okay, we don't know your intentions. When I look at you, you seem to have good intentions, but I don't know. Meaning to say, I tend to find the good in people, and I'd like to think, okay, you got the peace sign behind you. You got
that wasn't for you. That was for him. I was like, would you want to use this later?
Hold on. And I tend to usually go with my intuition about people. And my intuition about you is pretty clean, okay? I don't think you have bad intention. Now, your association with Jiren, I do find it at least interesting, but it doesn't even seem like you're very engaged based off your reports. In Jiren's, it kind of seems like that was...
Z, he had the keys. His association was Jiren. He had the keys, brother.
But here's the thing.
Keys to what?
But here's the thing, Snafu.
I'm just
the fact that he admits it, right. Doesn't that show in some way?
He didn't admit any of this until he got called out, and then
nobody called me out. Nobody called me out.
Rewatch it. Notice the distraction.
I voluntarily brought it up.
Questioning him. Notice his body language when you asked him directly, and even just now.
Hold on, I'm going to moderate. I have to moderate.
Is this just for the drama factor?
Hold on. I'm gonna talk to Jack for a bit. I want you two to take a breath. I'm gonna talk to Jack for a bit.
But wait. To be fair, I still had allegations against me. I did not even respond to.
I'm gonna bring you up. I'm trying to moderate this. When things get like this, we have to take a breath. Just chill. I know it's your first time at my show. This is the way I do things. This is how I moderate the drama. Just chill out for a second. See, that's the thing, Jack. What I'm realizing about this whole thing is that it's best to try to remove our emotions when we're engaging in these things. Although we need to have emotional content, and although we need to be engaged, let's say psychically and consciously, we can't react emotionally. And I don't want to react to Snafu or Landry. I don't want to basically project some type of intention onto these men. Because here's the thing, Snafu brings up some points that should be addressed, I think, in this arena. His association with Jiren is of note based on what we know about Jiren and his potential compromise in multiple ways. Okay. And that's just some history I have here. But that being said, you can't just come on and make baseless allegations. And this is to you, Snafu. And I'm not saying you are or you aren't, but one cannot come on an open platform and morally make baseless allegations unless they are supported. Okay, so it's not wrong to claim that he has association with Jiren. It's not wrong to question that association. But when you claim that he has malintent, That's the part that we have to question, and we have to at least point out to the audience and moderate, because we have to give Landry a chance to respond. What I will say to you, Landry, on the other side is, if you are to participate in this arena, and this would be my recommendation, and you want to be Jack's producer, you might want to be a little less on the curation of it, because if you protect Jack from all the slings and arrows, that makes Jack look somewhat less strong than I know he is. Because Jack has sat here and faced it for 3 years. So, Jack, it's your show, but you know, when you do your show the way you want, this is just going to be my recommendation for Landry. Go ahead, floor's yours, please.
Well, this is something I don't know if it's been clearly pointed out. He's supporting me the way that I want. I've asked him, right? You know, I got the feedback and it makes sense. So I've asked him to support me, to limit the wasting time, because when Snafu gets in these situations, he's not listening, and then there's really no point. Took me a while to accept that.
Let me ask you, Jack, about Snafu. In your mind, if one can ever try to understand another man's intention, how do you have Snafu's intention framed in your mind? Come on, let's be frank. You know, Snafu spends a lot of time and energy on you. I know I've been under the gun. I understand what it's like. You never know when it's going to come. You never know when it's going to go. So I think, have some authority to speak on this matter because I'm acquainted with it. But I don't want to answer. I don't want to give my answer. I want to kind of get in your mind. What do you conjecture his motives to be, spending so much time on you in a way that probably is something that you would rather avoid? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
It's a spiritual path, and each of us do this to each other. We represent more to each other than what we actually are. And I think Snafu's intention is to actually be a friend, but his mind doesn't know what that means. He doesn't know how to accept me as a friend.
That's a fair point. Let's bring Landry up. Floor's yours.
Man, you got a way of like getting me off the point I was mad about. I guess that's maybe good. Maybe that's what you wanted to do. Well, so what did he say? But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't even remember all the things he said. I'm an agent. Is that basically the thing, or something about?
Right, so what he's doing is he's bringing up your past associations and insinuating that means. Well, he seemed to have known it.
Why wouldn't he have said that before? He's been making
this.
claims this entire time, and then he waits till after I say it to it. Oh, yeah, actually, that's what I knew. That was it. I knew it.
Well, we can certainly ask him, but how's this? He's using your prior associations to insinuate things about you, and even further to make positive claims about you. Okay, so now here's the thing. There's an expression like, I don't know, if you're a hammer, the whole world looks like a nail. Meaning to say, so to Snafu, the whole world looks like a pogo. The whole world looks like a control dot. And, you know, it's like darts. Sometimes I think he throws the dart and he hits the target. Right. And sometimes he misses the board. But that's not how you should basically interact with people, in my opinion. And you're playing fast and loose with people's reputation when you make unsupported claims about them. But it seems as though he's making claims about you, given your past, and given
my current.
This idea. Yeah, go ahead.
I live with my mom, right? And I live in my basement. It's just funny those claims. You know what I mean? Because it's like he ran my history, right? Doesn't he know that I have a wife and daughter who are just right up there taking a nap? It's like, well, I don't have to prove that to him, obviously, because people who say that, they go for that because it's a reflection of themselves, right? But what I'm saying is, does this guy matter enough to be having given? I mean, because where you're coming from makes sense, right? Somebody should be suspicious of people who are new in these sort of places. But I don't think I've presented myself as somebody who is fond of Jiren in a way that's any sort of relevance to anything now. I told you what it was fair and square. I did think he was really interesting at first. I thought he was a fascinating speaker. When I first heard some of these ideas, I was like, wow, I'm really interested in this guy. I was a super fan. You could even say that. I started editing for him, and then it kind of slowly changed a little bit over time because I learned some, different things, and it got a little boring and repetitive. COVID Conan was really interesting, but the world was really interesting at that time. Content was, and everyone was really passionate. But after that faded away, and it was just like flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, I was no longer really interested in it. So then I kind of got bored out of it. Came back this year because another opportunity to make money. So I'm not sitting here saying and here's the other thing. Me and Jack are working together in a way that makes $0 for me, and whatever he makes, that's his business. You know what I mean? I'm coming at this for a chance to learn how to make better content, just in the way of, this is something I can do as an independent contractor. You know what I mean? If I learn to do it well enough. But as a person myself, if I'm just streaming by myself, I just don't do well. I can tell you that's because of a lot of reasons, but I like to link it to astrology, and it's a whole another thing. But with me, I just work better in partnerships. That's why I worked with Jiren so much, because he had a vision, and I was able to take on that side role. So that's what this is. I'm here to help somebody do better.
All right, I have a couple questions for you, and that was well said. Firstly, I like what Jack said about, he basically said he brought you in to perform a specific role. He wants you to kind of, it seems like, be a producer, for lack of a better term, which isn't a bad idea. But that begs the question, what are your plans for the Jack Talcott experience? Because it's not just about the Jack Talcott broadcast, about the Jack Talcott show. It's so much more than that. It's an experience. And to limit Jack to some small, narrow corner of YouTube, I think is quite restrictive for the man. So how do you, in it like a G-Salt type of comprehensive way, envision Jack's future? Because you're going to have to think about this if you're going to be his producer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would argue it's about time, because that thing he did with Don Lemon was very interesting, and I saw that out. I mean, I didn't even see that until, well, okay, to be fair, we've been talking for, I don't know, a month, but not really has he wanted me to do his, producer until 2 days ago. But what I've realized is that there's this desire, right? So we all have a desire because we need, money to live. Some of us say we don't need any. Okay, well, good luck with that. Everyone needs money to live in this society. It's unfortunate, but it's true. We need, certain things in our life, but there's also legacy. And I think that we can see that Jack is looking for legacy. He wants to make an impact so big that nobody ever forgets him. That's at least what I perceive, but he's never told me that himself. But there's another thing with Jack that I've noticed, and he will admit this, where he has a lot of bit of a vague, it's almost like a lot of these things are so vague that even him can kind of get lost in the weeds there. Like, so it's almost like he needs somebody to give him a little push. However, I'm not the kind of person who has been here trying to push him in a certain direction at all. But what I have been doing is offering a lot of different ideas and saying, well, we could do this, we could go that route, and we can really narrow down what, and we talked every day the last 3 days, we can narrow down what it is that we want, what is it that you want to achieve. And this is something I wanted to do with Jiren, because he's like, hey, I'm falling off, my numbers are going down, I don't know what to do. And I was like, hey, dude, we can work together. I even told him he doesn't have to pay me. I was like, dude, maybe, in a year we'll be making money together. That's the kind of way I look at this stuff, is not, well, I need you to do this for me and that for me. And it's not so black and white. I argue that in life, if we're going to get somewhere, we're going to do things that are not so short-sighted. You know what I mean? So what I'm going to do is obviously help him. And he's talked about this documentary, and I guess he talked about it to Rose and this person and that person. So maybe it was just confusion there. But from my understanding is we're going to be linking it up and trying to make things happen that are interesting. Because I can sit there and I can sit in a room with him like Flow State, and I can sit down and we can do a stream and just be like forgotten in a month, or we could do something more interesting. And so he said he's coming to New Orleans. It's not that far from me, and I'm making the trip, and we're going to do things, and we're planning it actively every day.
Yes.
By the way, if you're new to Talcott, it's at Jack Talcott on YouTube. Do you guys really need me to draft a link? It's at Jack Talcott on YouTube. It's not hard to find. Live without fear. You have to put the @ sign first, everybody, if you're new to the modem, and then you'll go right to them. All right.
Thanks.
So, what do you know about this documentary, Landry? How intimate are you involved? Is this something that Jack is doing? Is he incorporating you in this process, or is this something he's doing?
He needs help. If it was up to Talcott by himself, he would not do it. That's the truth. He needs collaboration, and he's been talking about that for a while.
So who do you have in mind for this documentary? Who has anybody come to you that you know of, or Jack, and really put something substantial on the table? Come, when you're talking about a documentary, we're not just talking about going through a bunch of YouTube clips.
That's what I just said.
A documentary is all comprehensive, and there's obviously have to be a budget involved. Sometimes you have to get clearances from people. You need somebody who really knows what they're doing if it's going to be a real thing. Where is their interest coming from sources? Go ahead.
Maybe it will soon. So we just decided to do this 2 days ago. And
Well,
so-
let me ask you. So why not go to somebody like a Jason Lindgren, Rose's partner?
There's nothing wrong with that.
He's produced movies. You can look it up. I mean, he's shown movies in like these I don't know, these film whatever things. He has a filmography.
Mhm.
You
I'm not saying
understand?
that's impossible. I'm not saying that's off the table. What I'm saying is that I'm here to learn like as much as I can in the process, because what y'all got to realize is that there's no concrete wall on this stuff. Anything that's done, anything that happens is all building on the future. So I would love to talk to Jason. I've never spoken to him personally. I have reached out to Rose with a couple of things, but it hasn't happened. It doesn't mean it won't happen. But for this one coming up in this September, that might be a baby documentary, for example. Yeah. But it's not going to be anything like this thing that you see where people are just filming people like on the street. Hey, here's we're going to this place. This is fun. It's not going to be like that because I take things more seriously.
All right. So are you talking about this Louisiana trip that Rose brought up? Is this what you're mentioning?
Kind of, but not really.
Gotcha. Okay. So we'll keep that on the back burner. Question. If you, right on the top of your head, could name the top 3 large content creators that you would like to see collaborating with Jack, who would they be?
So is Crow and Jason, does that count for 1 or 2?
Crow and Jason aside.
Crow and Jason aside. Okay. Give me a second to think about it. It's a big question. So
it is.
Take the conversation. I'll have an answer for you in the next 2 minutes. Let me ponder it.
All right, so we're going to put you in the back to ponder it, and I'll talk to Jack. We're going to let him ponder it. It's a little bit of a red flag, Jack, because I think he should have had those 3 off the top of his head, but we're going to cut him some slack.
No, please. His mind has been on other directions. There's a lot happening, building for the future. Right. And actually, while I think he was honest, we were still getting details and getting clarity on what does all this mean, working together, whether it's producing, whether it's the documentary, whatever it is, we're working together. But the goal is to do something substantial together. Mm-hmm. And we're on the same page of that. And this conversation, my friend, I want to talk to you offline too. I put that in the email I sent you, but if you're willing, there's a lot going on.
Fair enough, Jack. I usually like to keep things here, but for you, because we have such an extensive history, I may be willing to make an exception.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, let's bring him back up. Okay.
Okay, so here's my other question for you. So what is this assumption that there needs to be some sort of who are the big 3 content creators to bring it to a new level? Because here's another point I want to argue. So there's a lot of people outside of this world, because if you're talking about this world of like the Panelverse, I don't think there's anybody nearly important enough to bring anything outside of the Panelverse.
No, so what I'm saying is, like, for instance, I know Jack is into this John St. somebody.
John St. Julian.
John St. Julian. Meaning to say, Jack really likes this guy. I could see in some scenario, in some universe, that Jack and John St. Julian have a conversation. I know the guy has a number of subscribers, and it seems as though it would be a really good match, given their understanding, their consciousness, the things they're interested in. And that, I think, would be a good springboard for Jack. And it's probably a doable one. That's just one name. I mean, we could say like Tony Robbins or whatever, but he's huge. He's a monster. I think this John St. Julian might be like a little bit more of a, I don't know, like something that's realistic, something that you can get for Jack. So that's kind of what I'm throwing out there. Don't feel any pressure to answer, but that's just my point, is maybe look in the direction where Jack can, because I know he wants to.
He wants to go for Donald Trump.
Collaborate with these people.
I mean, I know what you're saying, but he's got these big ideas, right? And so where I'm coming from is, what can we do to make people notice us, notice him, notice what he's doing? Because if you come to somebody in this situation, you say, "We're doing a documentary. Can we please just talk to you in the documentary?" Like,
right.
If they come to, what do they come see? They see the Panelverse. They see Tommy yelling at Steven. They see all this stuff. They're not gonna say yes. They're not going to take it. And the same thing that happened with Jiren. Jiren wanted me to find people for him to talk to about the Antarctica trip. You think it would be huge, right? He went on Joe Rogan. Or sorry, he didn't go on Joe Rogan. He was talked about on Joe Rogan, but nothing happened. I reached out to many people on his behalf, and I got no responses. I even had an ad.
Hold on. So you brought it up again. When did you sever your relationship with Jiren this final time?
So we had the big falling out. The first time was in 2023, but it ended like what? I don't know. I mean, it didn't end in a big sad way. It was just like, hey, I'm not making enough money. You can't do this anymore. Please stop.
Okay, so you came back at some point. What was the final straw recently?
What do you mean? Like the final straw of what?
You are no longer in collaboration with Jiren. Is that correct?
No, yeah, of course. I mean, he wasn't making enough money, so he just like stopped talking to me.
So that was it. Okay, he couldn't pay you anymore. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. All right, it's enough about Jiren. Okay, so look, I want to cleanse the palate. We had a great conversation. I imagine Jack. You gonna go live later? Like I said, find him at Jack Talcott on YouTube. Almost everybody here knows you, but there's always new people, Jack, and there's always the people that watch afterwards. And here's another thing that Jack probably understands, like I do. The percentage of listeners who actually comment and engage in the show is a very small proportion of the listening audience. So I think sometimes people have a tendency to be swayed by let's say the chat, but in reality, only a very vocal, small proportion of the listeners chat. Might even be less than 20%. So, and chat regularly. So I guess my point is the new people here, you can find Jack at Jack Talcott. Where do I fall into this thing, Jack? I guess we can talk moving forward. I'm open to everything. You know that I'm an independent operator. It's YouTube for a reason, and I really embrace that. But you also know I'm open for collaboration and anybody who's willing to engage in this with an open heart and open mind and good intention. So you know that. Landry, it was nice to meet you. You did a good job here. It's not always easy coming up.
But wait, one last thing.
On the hot seat.
If anyone wants to talk smack, they can find me. I don't exist only in the Jack world because nobody has anything to say to me. And I'm not saying I want a bunch of spam, but I'm saying that Snafu, you can find me very, very easily. And I would love to discuss your claims about me and my family. And also, He says he is absolutely trying to regulate Jack's show. That's honestly one of the least of my interests. But if doing it makes it easier for us to collaborate because we have to be in communication, that's fine. But I'm still not even the one kicking people. I don't even it's still him. It's just like I feel like he's doing it more often because I'm gonna sit here and look grumpy if he doesn't. So yeah, thank you for your time. It was good to meet you. You'll see in 2 years, dude, when we're on Good Night America or whatever the hell they have now, the Conan O'Brien, I don't even know. You'll be like, damn, dude. Guess they made it. And we'll be telling you the truth from the treetops. So take care.
It's happening. Thank you.
Much love, Landry. Much love.
And I didn't mean to stick around, but I did want to offer you my gratitude sincerely. You are a class act, my brother. I do admire the way you operate and what you bring. You bring value to the viewers. So for those who haven't hit the like yet, it looks like there's another 30 or 40 of you who could still do that. So thank you, brother. We'll catch you later.
Much love. Jack Talcott, everybody. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to drop the link for anybody who's been waiting patiently to come talk to me. I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm also going to drop the link for Talcott's YouTube channel because some of you in the chat were admonishing me for not doing so. So there's the StreamYard link and the link for our friend. We're not going anywhere. Show's not over yet. We'll hang in for a little bit more. It's been a while since I've been on, and I know we spent a lot of time with our friends Jack and our friends Landry and Rose. We got to talk to Rose. Rose big shotted me tonight. Rose she's too busy. That's called getting big shotted by somebody. But anyway, links in the chat. Snafu, if you want to hang around, I'll talk to you after the musical interlude. But we're gonna just.
I want to say one last thing. One thing.
Ahead. Yeah.
I brought Jack Tales to this community. He cried for family and friends to connect with him. I did that. whether he liked what happened or not, and I did it publicly, which he asked for. Y'all heard all the optics. That's why when I knew about this guy and his connections, and I'm glad Z's intuition. Z, your intuition is still over target. I'm not saying bad or good. I see the intentions of what this newbie. Remember how y'all caught the bug, the YouTube bug, and his pogo relations and his pogo aspirations. Like, he's literally bragging about being on a talk show. He's like, Conan. Does he not understand? Yeah, dumb fuck. That's your pogo mentality of how to get to where you want to be because of who you've been trained and guised under. And that's all I'm saying is I see in the professional eyes of them, but how he's absolutely trying to control Jack, who Jack interacts with, how the show should be ran for that pogo business takeoff, where he can get with the pogos. So again, I see what's happening. I know exactly who this scumbag is, and until he's accountable, being honest, fuck off. And Jack, for all of you haters out there, I brought Jack Tails to you. The optics are high.
Snafu, everybody. All right, like I said, we're going to take a musical interlude. Links in the chat. Come on up. Come talk to me. More Z Show in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Much love.
Where's Wissit? Where's Wissit? Where's Wissit? Where's Wissit? Where's Wissit? Where's Wissit? Ever since the final experiment, you've been gone. Left the community in the cold, done them wrong. You were considered a globe, but now you no longer belong. You disappear like a sunset, out of sight. Reappear like a sunrise, like a light. But we saw through your bullshit. You're in it for the money, milking us like a cow's tit. If you thought we'd fall for your fake pit, the jet lag must have made you fucking retarded. Claiming hot breath, what a big mess, just another fake. Hey, oh fuck the wolves in sheep clothing. Guess I'm the alpha cause I earn the money and donate to you. I choose to feed you, that makes you the omega bottom feeder. Got caught presenting the opposing side's data. Boy, you a beta. All you gave us was one interview. I hope you're taking the time missing to work on the inner you. Stop feeding the inner Jew. Greedy. Focus on the energy. Get you some energy. Monotone or salad. You'll stop losing your cool, making us look a fool. Learn the unwritten rule to not be a tool. Hope you get the drill. Yo, where's Witsit? I don't know, but people started asking for their donations back. Sold his bros for a stack, becking his man. That's a Jirenism broke back. He's known to be underprepared, hanging out like a ball sack. Maybe next time pay attention to what is put in your backpack. Vape over sexting, that's a joke. Vape over sexting, take the smoke. Vape over sexting, you should choke. They say you reap what you sow, and all you ever did was bring strife. Betraying the community got you betrayed by your own wife. Maybe you shouldn't spit on her, and she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get a grip on your life. Get a grip on your life. Where's Wissit? Where's Wissit? Probably in a 360 studio. Where's Wissit? Starting to not care. Where's Wissit? I don't kill it. Where's Wissit? I don't give a fuck. I'm so done with this shite. AIX featured Stace. Another one. Let us all witness the destruction of Jirenism safe space and his pathetic attempt to save face. Seems like he forgot his home base, leaving us all a bad aftertaste. It's like all he ever says is just copy and paste. It's like all he ever says is just copy and paste. Just copy and paste. Just copy and paste. Let's go. Once upon a time, there was a slow-ass motherfucker called Jirenism. Thought the lights in the sky curving meant the ground was also curving. You could swear he had autism. Spends his time attacking the flat earth movement, deceiving impressionable minds with his own lack of understanding. Blue marble and ableism, that's mental terrorism. Doesn't know the difference between magnetic and cardinal directions. Doesn't know about the horizontal and its vertical deflections. Doesn't know still water is flat, causing specular reflections. Doesn't know the difference between the second and third dimensions. There's no way he's this fucking stupid. He must be moving with bad intentions, or smoke so much he suffers from mild chronic retardation. Like, really bro, like really bro. Like, really bro, like really bro. Hey, it's so clear you're a shill, it's a fact. Word to your mother. Dividing the truth like prism. Your crooked ass should be locked in prison. Let's read the thumbnails of your most recent live stream. 1, we were flat. 2, from flat to globe. 3, earth curve and understanding refraction. 4, the end of flat earth. It's so obvious, you are devious. Oh, so dubious, why so serious? Call me the Joker, and you're the Batman, but you're not the hero, rather the kind you wanna hit with the Batman. We should all take turns and swing at you like a piñata, hoping something good comes out. Nope, nothing, just wishful thinking. Mr. Campanella, thanks for living up to your name and ringing the bell, letting us know you're on a one-way ticket to hell. Your motto is always honest, sometimes right, more like always lying, constantly wrong. A grown-ass man who still looks like he plays beer pong. Friday unplugged, get you talk like you plug Globe or dick in your ass. Mingling with the opposing side is all I found in your past. The rest of the week, you should be plugged to a treadmill or learn to fast. Body looking like you hoard all the food, fat motherfucker. You're only ensuring gravity won't make your time last. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I am cutting this one off soon. No time to waste on a brain dead buffoon. He probably believes cow farts warm up Neptune. To his bullshit, you are now immune. Now send this bitch to the moon. Preparing for liftoff in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Off with your head. Off with your head. Off with your head.
And no, I'm not going to. Yeah, coming at you. Hot off the presses, everybody. Man. There were some hot lyrics there. That was good stuff. Holy moly. Did you guys hear that one lyric? I got to play that one lyric in that first song, that Witsit song. I'm sorry, Witsit, but this needs to be done again. I'm holding your feet to the fire. Everybody else dance, caters to Witsit. It's all about Witsit. You need this, Austin. This is the lyric right here. Hold on. Where is it? Where's this lyric?
Betraying the community got you betrayed by your own wife. Maybe you shouldn't spit on her and she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get a grip on. Maybe you shouldn't spit on her and she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get a grip. Maybe you shouldn't spit on her and she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get a grip.
That's That's a hell of a lyric. That was a hell of a lyric. Wow. Oh. It's a post-truth world, everybody. It's post-truth. Does it even matter anymore? Nice segment with our friend Jack and our new friend Landry. And of course, Snafu Snaps with his hard-hitting take regarding our new friend. Very interesting.
Maybe you shouldn't spit on her, and she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get it?
I can't. Somebody sat down and wrote that. Oh, what the frick? That is crazy.
Grip on your life. Get a grip on your life. And she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get a grown wife. Maybe you shouldn't spit on her, and she wouldn't spit on some other dick. Get a.
I don't know why that lyric got me so much. God. Austin, don't hate me. You need this. I'm ironically like, I'm kind of like your best friend now, which is weird. It should be that way, at least. I don't know whoever's like managing you, but you should probably rethink your whole process, Mr. Whitsett. Nobody knows what you're doing. Your last stream was you telling us all about how you just know God exists because reasons. You just want to tell us that you can prove God. What about the whole faith thing? The whole inner knowing, the whole experience with the spiritual, the conscious? No, you want to give us like empirical evidence about God. And we're supposed to sit here and listen to you. Weird thing. Totally weird. What's its theme music? If I'm talking about him, I better bring it up. Where is it? Here we go.
Stop running in the hall. Could you stop? Slow down, sir. Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get to class. You're never gonna become a college student if that ain't.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro.
It's fucking science, bro. Don't you know? Don't you know, Z? It's science. Don't you know, Z? About science? I know, it's it. I know you're like super smart and a genius and everything. I guess I don't know about science. You know, I guess when Nachiketa and I sat there for a year and told you what was going to happen in Antarctica and you just disregarded us, made fun of us, stayed friends with Turncoat Jiren. I guess we didn't know what we were talking about because we don't know science. That's right, Z. Don't you know? You know about interferometry? I love science, bro.
I was just, bro, I'm just saying. I don't know. Fucking science, bro. Lepo, okay. Check. Goggles, check. All right. Nodules, check. All right. Fucking science, bro.
Welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery.
Don't you know, Z? How's that Candace Owens interview coming, Austin? Oh, there's so much I could say. There's so much I could say. It's too much. Clowns. It's all right. It's a new landscape. This needs to happen. All of this needs to happen. I can't believe I had Jiren's former video editor on last segment. It was crazy. That's one of those little like surprises that happen every once in a while that there's no way you could plan for. It just happens. All of a sudden, Jiren's video editor's on. He couldn't handle when I played Jiren's theme song. He didn't get the whole thing. It was freaking him out. He had to take his headphones off. He couldn't deal with Jiren's detachable penis song. I wonder how Jiren's penis is doing. Wonder if I can get him on the phone. Jiren's penis. Have you been listening to the show? Are you there? Did you see that Jiren's old friend Landry was on? Gave us the whole rundown about Jiren being a cheapskate and not paying him and stuff. Hey Z, yeah, I heard it. Oh, hey Jiren's penis. I'm so glad you were just readily available to just jump on the show like that. That's great. Oh, that's right, Z. I'm like your biggest fan. Well, I know, we're friends too. Yeah. If anybody doesn't know, Jiren's penis and I are really good friends. And you all will be happy to know that Jiren's penis remained a flat earther. He didn't mind that, he was down there to witness the whole 24-hour sun. Jiren's penis, how come they don't talk about you like in these Will Duffy documentaries, and they just keep mentioning like all these people that went to Antarctica, but you were there. They never bring you up. Yeah, I know, Z. I never get the credit I deserve. I pretty much do all Jiren's thinking for him. Are you saying that Jiren thinks with his dick? Yeah, that's it, Z. Yeah. I also heard Jiren's penis that you had your own like little hut down there. We didn't see you in that like collective hut they had for all the globies and the flat earthers. That's right, Z. I had my own hut. I just Look, here's the thing, Z, and we talked about this. I already knew about the 24-hour sun. It was nothing to me. I just took the whole Antarctica trip as a vacation. I snowmobiled, did a little snowshoeing. I hung out. I was in that picture that everybody took with their shirt off. I was just off to the side a little bit. They cut me out. I don't know why. I wasn't YouTube friendly. Yeah, I'd imagine. You're an exposed penis. You can't just put that on YouTube. What did you think about that Lisbeth Acosta, Jiren's penis? What'd you think about her? No, she's all right, Z. Well, like out of 10. What do you? I think she's a solid. She's a 6'5" maybe even a 7. I don't know. Well, that's interesting. She seems like a nice girl. I heard she might have globe flipped. Yeah, we don't know. She kind of disappeared. She showed up in that Mark Sargent show like twice. She sat there and stared at the camera with that blank look like a deer in the headlights, and then she just disappeared. Yeah, she disappeared. You might have been listening, Jiren's penis, when Nachiketa and I tried to warn Lisbeth before this whole thing, and Nachiketa even reached out to her, wanted to interview her. Oh, but apparently people got to her first, and she was just nowhere to be found. She just ignored us. Yeah, I know, Z. She should have listened to you. Yeah, she was cool and everything. Everybody was cool. McToon was cool. McKeegan, all those guys, they were great. Even Witsit was cool. We smoked a blunt together. Whoa, hold on. Calm down. We know Jiren smoked a blunt in Antarctica. I mean, that was admitted to. Apparently, the lighter ended up on the Joe Rogan show. That's right, Jiren's penis. The lighter that Jiren used to spark a blunt ended up in Joe Rogan's hands. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I know, Z. Isn't that weird? But what are you saying about Witsit? We saw how much trouble he got in from the vape gate. I mean, he pretty much, his whole life got blown up because he decided to hit a vape once in Antarctica. Next thing you know, he's in all this trouble that he's in. Are you saying that he smoked a blunt too? Well, I'm not the kind of guy that blows up anybody's spot. So let's just say that, Witsit did Witsit's thing when he was down there. The old saying, Z, how many time zones? It was zip codes back in the day. So basically area codes, zip codes. We had a thing, Jiren's penis, that it really wasn't cheating if you were more than 2 area codes away. Yeah, that's it. Zay, imagine how many area codes Antarctica is away. He could pretty much do whatever the fuck he wants down there. Wow. Yeah, I kind of wish, Jaren's penis, that you had a little bit more attention for your trip to Antarctica. It seems like Jaren got all the attention. I've been an advocate for Jaren's penis for a long time on this show. I really feel like he's like the underrated player in that whole duo. I'm just saying. All right, Jaren's penis, much love. Come talk to us again. It's always good talking to you. Jaren's penis, everybody. Longtime contributor to Z Show. All right, let's let up some. I have some guests in the back. Let's get them up here. Let's get these guests up. Nachiketa, welcome back, good sir.
How's it going, Z?
There he is. There's that full-bodied, baritone, deep voice that we've all come to know and love, and we've missed. But here it is. Here he is, everybody. Nachiketa, I've been getting a lot of questions about you. People are very involved. Where's Nachiketa? What happened to the channel? What's he up to? I'm mum on the word. I feel like if you want to speak to people, you should do so in your own words and in your own time.
Well, the channel is back. I kind of put it on ice for a little bit and, didn't really want to put myself out there. I kind of hid some of the videos. The ones I want to present are out there. So it's still there. I am here now. Just having a conversation, and I'm glad to be here. Good to hear your voice. What a pleasant surprise it is. And I'm kind of keeping it to myself from YouTube. I'm kind of moseying here and there, kind of listening in little bits here and there, but I'm not as invested as I used to be. I'm busy with things, so it's kind of what's going on.
Well, that's probably a good thing, Nachiketa. We all need to get busy with life, whatever that looks like for each of us, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And that's going to just look different for everybody, no matter what. What did you think about? I don't know how much you were watching, but Talcott's new producer, this guy Landry, Modern Men something, Lost Again. He was Jiren's longtime editor for like a couple of years, and even up to recent times. And I don't know, he had a lot to say. I mean, did you hear that or no?
Yeah, I listened in. I missed several hours. I was kind of busy with things, and then I chimed in, or I tuned in. But I just think people need to have their own experience with each other. I mean, that's the only way we're going to learn anything about each other, and people are going to take away different things from their interactions. We are all evolving constantly, so we don't really stay in one modality. Anyway, maybe we rub shoulders with people and kind of, not had a very pleasant experience with this person or that person, but then next time around with somebody new. And that's the great thing about this life, is that, when we get involved with new people, we get to develop new relationships, and we get to kind of recreate ourselves, although the kind of like core aspects of us may be there still, but yeah, there is an opportunity to, present yourself in a better way, hopefully, right?
Well, and there's always room for improvement, and there's always second chances and things like that.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, are any of us like perfect and without flaw? Certainly not. And maybe the real question is, how much are we learning from our mistakes, learning from our past, and then moving forward, and maybe, I don't know, growing from the process somewhat? If that's possible, I'd like to think it is. So, I don't hold things against people, but I did think it was weird with this Landry guy. I mean, since we're on the subject, it's like he was infatuated with Jiren, and as much as I may have been, in particular communities or associated with communities, let's say, like, I can't imagine being like so infatuated with Jiren. He was a Jiren super fan, clinged on every word. Then he's working for the guy, claims he only cared about the flat earth because of Jiren. So we're finding these guys. It's funny. We've been encountering these people, God, with this journey that we've gone on with this whole thing, which I'm kind of glad like we're all energetically moving on from the experience we've had over the last, it's been over a year. I know it has, but we've found these people where like they were just into Jiren. So he basically was into the whole FE thing because of his affiliation and love of Jiren. You know, it wasn't the other thing. It wasn't like, okay, you get into the topic and then you come across Jiren. He was a true Jiren fan. Honestly, he didn't even seem very engaged in it. What is this thing that we find these people that are so into the dude? It's kind of weird. I don't know. It was kind of weird to me. I didn't take it as far as Snafu to say, okay, well, he's Pogo and, you know, I don't know, he's like discredited somehow, but I just found it interesting and a little weird. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, as far as like the spectrum of expression, you know, calling people shills and pogos is kind of one on an extreme, polarizing way to go about it. And, you know, you and I are not, you know, innocent of doing something like that. I mean, we've certainly had our strong feelings towards people, and, you know, things are being just played out, you know, and I think, there's a real possibility of people genuinely thinking the way they are. I don't know. I still have a hard time myself. I still feel like it's kind of more like, you know, well, you know, I tried this flat earth thing and, you know, it made sense to me, but I wasn't as popular as I wanted to be. And so I'm just going to like, you know, find another way. There's that possibility. I can't say 100% for sure. But as far as, what's the guy's name again? Laundry or what is his name?
Landry.
Sorry, excuse me, Landry. I don't know. You know, like he seemed like he was behind the scenes and never heard of him. You know, I don't really listen to Jack, and you know, nothing against Jack, but you know, I don't know what's going on over there. Yeah, and you know, like you've used this word before, like parasocial relationships, and a lot of people kind of get latched onto people not because of logic or, you know, evidence, but because people have charismatic personality types, you know. So it is what it is.
As far as the FE topic, where do you see it going? Is this something that's going to maybe go in the background for a little bit and then then the pendulum swings back, or is this something that's continuing to grow? Is it dead? Here's how I look at it, man. It's like this for me. You know, after a while, the conversation kind of gets a bit loopy and a bit tired. You know, we have the model versus the no model, and it really comes back to almost what we found from writings over a century ago, is that you have the optics of the sky, you have theory, you have people's interpretation of what they see, and then you have physical reality. You know, and it's the fundamental to me is that you can't substantiate things that are illusory and that can't be measured and tested. You can conjecture about them, but you can never really have a true understanding, a concrete, substantial understanding. Whereas the physical world shows us a certain thing. The physical world demonstrates that the heliocentric model is impossible, flat out. Does the truth lie somewhere in between? I don't know. It does seem like we were presented with some type of FE, like, I don't know, controlled opposition this whole time. But meaning to say, this false dichotomy, this false binary that you and I pointed out a long time ago that everybody else seems to have jumped on lately, might be another layer of deception. I guess my point is, okay, we know they lied to us. What benefit is it to keep going forward and try to now explain, give more theories? Is that just another rabbit hole that may serve as a pitfall for many of us? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I again, I have to be honest. I think I was a little bit disappointed with the whole experience of being in the quote unquote truth movement, and I think it's necessary for people like you and others, myself, to continue to voice our opinions on things. But like, unless we really kind of nail down, you know, evidence and logic and all that kind of stuff, we're not really going to go anywhere. We're going to be just running around in circles as we have. But there's some progress. I mean, there's some hope in sense, like the upward vector conversation is not going to go away. And I haven't flipped on that at all. I still think I do believe that the upward vector is the cause of what we call gravitas, and that should be probably one of the things that a lot of people within the flat earth / truth community need to be talking about, and really try to understand why some of us think the way we do. And I give credit to the people who got me on that road. Nothing against them, but just because we had a slight difference in terms of acceleration versus constant speed, I don't think that should be any reason as to why we should be on different camps at all, personally speaking. You're muted, bro.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you how you're doing. I'm sure a number of people listening are going to be interested in how are you personally and otherwise. Have you been?
I'm very well, thanks. I had I will let this be known just because I think it is kind of interesting, and I'm not entirely sure how I am deriving meaning out of this, but it is kind of interesting to me. I got into a big accident on my way up from Louisiana, and I ran into a semi. I was quite lucky, and long story short, and to me, that whole experience was like a surprise. And accidents do happen, but afterwards, after the aftermath of all that, we have to remember to count our lucky stars while we can, because things can happen. Nobody's exempt from it. And like, way I look at that situation, I was very lucky. I walked out of it relatively unscathed. So besides that, I mean, things are going on. I mean, we are living in a very mysterious spiritual world, and people are involved, and these topics are of interest to a lot of people. And yeah, you can say that people are drawn to drama and whatever, but people have to remember that your time and attention is one of the most valuable things that you possibly have. So be wise about it, and give your time and attention to things that are important. I think there is an underlining sentiment perhaps for a lot of people who are very obsessed, and they put a lot of energy into this, is because it is an important topic. The truth is an important topic. And, on one end of it, there is what we call objective reality. But on the other hand, there has to be players involved, as we know, who have deliberately lied to people, and everybody falls in between somewhere. So knowing who is who and why they're doing what they're doing, and understanding what their intentions are, is your job as individuals, and giving your time and attention and resources to people who may not deserve it. Well, it falls on your responsibility just as much as the people who are giving false information, knowingly or not, in my opinion.
Do you remember this guy, Frank Monday?
Yeah. Yep.
What do you remember of him?
He lives in China. I think he speaks fluent Chinese. He's into magic of some kind. And yeah, I think he's American or English. I don't remember exactly where, but that's what I remember.
Frank, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. Greeting, Nachiketa and Z. Good to see you again.
Hey.
Good to see you again. How are you? Got a little bit of an echo going. I don't know if you know that.
Okay. Not sure what I can do about that.
Okay. Do you have if your YouTube is on, you need to mute the YouTube tab.
Yeah, my YouTube is not on. I just have StreamYard open. That's the only way I'm connected. So, is it still persistent?
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. Yeah, I saw that. Maybe my volume's too high on my laptop. Try again.
1 2 1 2.
Is that better?
It's a little better. It's still there. Do you have headphones?
Yeah, I do. I'll put them on. And
I'm pushing them back. Good. Work it out. So, it's funny that regarding what you were just saying, Notch. Again, like I'm calling it a post-truth world, almost tongue-in-cheek in a way, because it seems as though that's what we're entering. Meaning to say, we live in a time where we have AI, all these advanced analytics, these language learning modules, blah blah blah. All the information of the ages is at our fingertips. So you could spend a lifetime trying to study the history of humanity and never finish. Okay, but what are people really spending their time on? This is a great trick. It's there for us to choose. I'm not saying we could ever come to some ultimate understanding or some final truth, but to gain a better understanding of this world, maybe listen to the things that were told to us from the past. If we can sift through the bullshit, the wheat and the chaff, so to speak. But the information's out there. It's such an amazing time. People want to vilify AI. To me, it's just a tool, so to speak. But it's all for our taking. But yet, what is the average person focused on? Where's their energy? What is their intention? That's why I'm calling it a post-truth world. Because we just all now are supposed to accept that Elon Musk is going to go to Mars and he's running all these companies. We're supposed to accept that Artemis 2 in April of 2026 is going to be blasting off for the moon and doing a 10-day round trip with 4 U.S. astronauts. We're just supposed to accept that they're finding, the building blocks of human lives on asteroids and accept evolution. We're supposed to accept, the microcosmic world presented through the periodic table and otherwise. We're supposed to accept history as presented. It's a strange thing. They just kind of just want us to move on. Yeah, okay, but move on. Yeah, okay, well, the physics of this reality show that the cosmology as presented is completely impossible. But just move on. Don't be a troublemaker. Don't cause problems. There's people that know better. Live your life. Okay, they create strife. They keep us living paycheck to paycheck, keep us divided with these nonsense dualistic topics. They solve problems that they create to institute a world that benefits them. This is the world I see. This is the post-truth world. Go ahead, your thoughts.
So I was thinking about this not too long ago, and one of the conclusions that I came to is maybe we're not all meant to see reality, quote unquote, in the same way, and like maybe the people who were in power came to some realization that this place is really magical and it's not so black and white and is very difficult to comprehend themselves, and in even trying to explain to people what this place is about may they may have found some difficulty in doing that. I don't know. I'm just conjecturing here, so I'm not saying that this is the case. And the whole idea of kind of the creation of a secret society and quote unquote lying to the public is to see maybe who is able to come to a certain conclusion about it. Not that there is going to be a finite answer to explain about how this reality works. Maybe there isn't. Maybe they don't know themselves. Maybe they don't know what this realm is and how it works exactly. But maybe it's easier to present this false spherical space and evolution and very simplified history, because even in history we have good guys and bad guys and winners and losers, but I think history is still being written, and I think the good guys and the bad guys they change sides, and and maybe the grandsons and granddaughters of the bad people are trying to correct the mistakes of their ancestors, and vice versa. I don't know. I mean, it's so topsy-turvy of all the things that's kind of happening. That's kind of how I am seeing reality now these days a little bit more.
Let's bring Frank back up.
Greetings, gentlemen. Is the echo corrected now or no?
1 2 1 2. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, yeah. I put on the headset. So first off, I'd just like to say hello again to Nachiketa, and thank you for remembering a little about me. You got a pretty accurate assessment, I believe. The only thing I would add is that, yes, I am in fact American. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah.
You don't seem to have like an accent. You seem to be like America as your primary English is your primary language kind of person.
Yeah. I was born and raised in LA. So other than that, I would just add to the description that you gave of me is that my foundation is in like esoteric Taoism, and I started practicing Qigong and Kung Fu at a really young age, and I've always had a deep interest in the Oriental arts, and so that's what brought me to China.
Interesting.
Cool. Thank you for clarifying that.
So let me ask you something, Mike. You're probably good, or Frank. You're probably a pretty good person to ask. Recently, I've been coming across a lot of ideas about this whole Kundalini and how it relates to all these esoteric religions, philosophies, and understandings, and the occulted, understandings of the elites, and how it all ties back to ancient roots, let's say. A lot of it's based on this transmuting of certain energies, maybe a transmuting of a sexual energy into some type of more spiritual, conscious energy. It's often, considered like an alchemy, the transformation of base metal, like lead into gold. Do you find that this is an apt understanding of these, let's call them these internal energies that we have between us, how to manipulate? Does it really all come down to this base sexual energy and the human nature and the ability of the human to overcome this, to achieve something more desirable, something more spiritual? Go ahead, your thoughts.
Yeah, that's a good question. Wow, it's a pretty big one. I would say that the Western understanding of these things was brought forward probably first by Madame Blavatsky and some of her interpretations of Hinduism into the Western mystery schools. And so a lot of the foundation is Indian. I haven't studied Hinduism or the Indian expression to any great extent, so I'm not super familiar with like the chakra systems or the expressive terms of their language. Then the Chinese have recently, or the Westerners have recently, and when I say recent, I mean like 1970s onward, 1960s, probably mid-60s onward, have shown a lot of interest in Chinese Tao. Its system is a little different in that their chakra systems, there's only 3, so they're like called the 3 Dantian. And so if you look at it through the lens of Tao, it's a much more simplified system, and the Kundalini doesn't have a direct correlation, but that energy center is what we call Jing Qi. But Westerners' understanding of Qi or Jing Qi or Qi or Jing or any of those expressions is extremely limited in scope for the most part. Like they consider them to be single isolated things, whereas in the Chinese system of Tao, they're actually much more complex than that. So the Kundalini in and of itself would not be apparent in Tao, but those pathways have been documented and exemplified by the Taoists since ancient times, like all the way back to Shen Nung and legendary figures, what we consider to be Huangdi or the Yellow Emperor. So yeah, it's a transmutation of the lower Jing. So we have a very simple expression in Chinese Tao in order to arrive at what we call like limitless energy, or like what in the West we might call like dark matter. So in Tao, they believe that the body can actually produce a kind of dark matter, which is like a type of limitless energy that can do anything and be anything and connect with anything. So in a basic progression, you would have Lian Jing Hua Qi, Lian Qi Hua Shen, and Lian Shen Hua Wu Ji or Wu Wei, or some other form of formless energy. So you take the Jing, which is essentially your Kundalini, but again, that's through a limited scope, and then you transform it into Qi, or you commingle it with Qi, and then the qi commingles with shen, or it produces shen, and then the shen produces this other type of energy, like maybe in Western Hermetics, we would call it ether or quintessence. And so, yes, through the Taoist perspective that I'm trying to merge with a Hermetic, like Hermetic science. You're probably familiar with some of this terminology. Some of it may throw you. And if you have any questions to help me illustrate the idea, basically the general thrust is that a human being born of heaven, like we descend from the celestial sphere and we're born into the world, and then we can cultivate we can take one of two paths. We can disperse our energy, and upon death we'll become a hungry ghost, or we can cultivate and refine our energies, and at the time of death you can excavate the body and become one of various different forms of Shen, like an immortal spirit, a being of light, like a basic light body, a rainbow body, like within the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, or in the Chinese Taoist tradition they have one that's called the red baby. And so yeah, that's the ultimate upshot of the thing would be to cultivate your spiritual energies so that at the end of life you can transfer your consciousness into a different type of vehicle, so to speak. I think I went around the bush a little bit, but I hope that answers your question.
No, it sounds about right. You sound like you know what you're talking about, and a lot of my research has elucidated some of those same understandings. You know, it seems like a lot of these different practices, belief sets, and otherwise come back to some fundamental universal understanding that seems to have been known throughout antiquity. You know, whether we can consider this some post-deluge understanding on whatever timeline you want to put to it, where there was some knowledge, something precious, something sacred, something valuable that was kept, and it was passed down and basically passed throughout the generations. As much as some of these secret societies and occult brotherhoods want to be vilified, it seems as though they're preserving some of this knowledge. And it seems to me maybe some of this knowledge is better kept for those who have the awareness and the ability to seek it and to understand it, because knowledge is power. And this is powerful stuff, this understanding that, as I say consistently, we are conscious, energetic, spiritual, etheric, astral, mental beings. We exist along a grand frequency of reality. This is the understanding of the ancients. You know, even in the Bible, that what we're presented with as the foundation to the three Abrahamic religions seems to be a retread, a story that existed before it was written down and presented to us through this figure of Moses, whenever he may have lived and whoever he was. You know, we're told that Moses was a prince of Egypt, regardless of his heritage or his genetics. Let's take the storyline as true again, in whatever timeline. That would make him quite privy to a lot of information that otherwise would be kept from the more profane. So if Moses gave us this basic understanding that seems to have been encoded and more elucidated through things like the more, esoteric traditions like the Kabbalah and other things, well, if Moses had access to this information, where does this information come from? We're talking about this understanding of what it is to truly be a human and how it expands much, much, much greater than what we've been taught. And this understanding of what this reality may be. We talk about a creator God, creator beings. We're presented with a certain understanding. Again, a lot of it seems to be for deception and control. But there seems to be a synchronicity, some type of syncretism between all the religions, all the understandings, whether it's an Indian understanding, where they would, or like with you talked about the Qi and the more East Asian understanding, Chinese and otherwise, Oriental for lack of a better term. I believe the Indians would call that same energetic understanding something like prana. We even heard in, the last century with groups like the Thule and the Vril Society, and this understanding is this Vril energy. It's some life force energy that we have. It could be cultivated. We could be made aware of it, and we can use it for particular purposes. But this understanding seems to be fundamental, cross cultures, and that's evidence to me of some type of universal beginning to whatever this modern civilization is. And a beginning that comes from some type of older culture, stuff that's been alluded to in antiquity, whatever name you want to give it. But this seems to be the most precious knowledge that we have. The most prominent spiritual figure we have on earth is the Christ figure. One could maybe say Buddha, but this Christ figure seems to just simply have been presenting knowledge that was known by whatever group he seemed to have been a part of. So this is a very powerful understanding. You seem to be somebody who's very knowledgeable in it. And we should probably talk more about it. But I'm going to end the show now because I think we've come to the end of it. And Frank Monday, come up, talk to me more. I liked what you had to say, and I liked our previous conversations, and look forward to talking to you in the future. Final words.
Thanks for having me up. Good to talk to you again, Frank, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.
Blessings.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you, Nachiketa. Blessings to you. Just to finish in brief, I came across the Flat Earth movement on my own. I've been isolated from the Western world for about 25 years now. And it was around 2017 when I got interested in it through actually a comic strip and a book. And then I started contemplating it and looking into it. And that's when I first discovered Eric Dubé. And that kind of led me in a roundabout way to finding the Panelverse and then finding Nachiketa, who I listened to religiously for about a year. And then I kind of shifted out of that phase and got interested in other things. And I found my way to your channel, in fact, through Jack Talcott. I was just looking at his morning show, and he said that he had made an appearance here. And so I just came over to say hello and check things out. And then that's when you dropped the link. And I've seen you on Nachiketa's show several times in the past as well. And so just blessings and thanks for entertaining the idea for a moment. And I would certainly look forward to talking with you more in the future. Like I said, I've practiced Chinese Tao since I was a teenager, and I've always found a lot of light and life in it, and I studied it in great depth, and it's what brought me to China, in fact, and it's what kept me here. And so, I look forward to maybe chatting with you again in the future. And thanks again.
Subscribe, hit the notifications, and I haven't been on for a while, but I'm going to try to come on more and come up and talk. You had a lot of good information, and I'm very simpatico with many of your thoughts. Much love.
Good magic. Thank you.
Do you hold on? Do you have anything? Do you have a channel? Do you do content on your channel?
Yeah. Frank Monday channel. It's really easy to find. It's just YouTube at Frank Monday. And then I focus mostly on just my life here in China and Hermetic sciences, magic. I practice Solomonic magic. I got back into that again. I was into it I was into it when I was a teenager, and then I got back into it again about 10 years ago, and I got initiated into Poke Runyon's Temple of Astarte. I actually flew specifically to California just to do that, and it's just...
All right, so you're definitely into a lot of these occult, esoteric understandings. We can go into Solomonic magic, but we'll do it another time. I know it has a lot to do with angels, the names of angels, sigils, and things like that. It's a whole rabbit hole, so... Come talk to me about it again. I look forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, good magic, and I'll see you. Blessings.
Blessings. It's Frank Monday, everybody. That was a really good appearance by him. Matteo wants me to drop the link. Okay, Matteo. This is Matteo's thing. I'm about to end the show, and he wants to come in at the end. Go ahead. I dropped it for you. I was going to drop it for you anyway, so don't feel bad. It's in there. Come on up. But yeah, that was good stuff from Frank Monday. I've heard him before. And listen, for anybody new to the topics that he was just addressing, he was right on point. Right on point. There's a whole understanding that's been kept from all of us. It goes very, very deep. It's a common understanding that runs throughout all the occult brotherhoods, the mystery schools, whether it's like he said, the Golden Dawn, the Rosicrucians, the OTO. It just goes on and on. The whole Blavatsky stuff with the Theosophists. Of course, the Masons. Seems to come back to, like he said, Hermetics and Kabbalah. That's what he said about the whole Solomonic understanding, Solomonic magic. This is all Kabbalah stuff, everybody. It's not just the Jews. It's not. They got it from older things, older Mesopotamian cultures. You can look into the very origins of religions, things like this. Look to gods. Typically, they usually have an astro-theological bent, sun worship, dark sun worship, etc. A lot of it stems from Mithraism, who's referenced in the Old Testament Bible. Passed on. All of this is post-Diluvian things. Again, whatever timeline you want to put on it. Understandings passed on throughout the ages. On and on and on. Let me welcome my next guest. Let me get his song going. Matteo, welcome back.
What's going on?
What's going on with you?
Not much. I just got this new physical therapist from Penn. This joint is banging. She's got the perfect. It's great. Her name.
Wait,
is
what are you
Adrian.
saying? She's hot. She's a
I
hot
got
physical
this.
therapist?
I got the first time I ever had a good-looking physical therapist, and this chick knows. Like, she's from Penn, so she knows. Like, she didn't go to Penn, but she's employed by him, so she definitely got good training. She's very knowledgeable. And she called, and I asked her questions. She called it out right away. So I was like, "All right, you're official." But yeah, it's going banging.
So she's smart and good looking. It's a good combination, man.
Yeah, I know, best thing ever.
Are they still busting your balls about all those restrictions, or did they finally ease up on all that stuff?
Oh yeah, no, everything like it's fine. Everything's everything's good for me. Like, I don't have to deal with any of it stuff. But I wanted to ask you, what's your do you have a shore house?
Do I have a shore house?
Your family got a shore house.
The short answer to that is no. Why? If I did, would you come down and we can hang out? Where would you want to go?
Yeah.
Ocean City, Avalon? Where would you want to go?
To be honest, well, like in high school, everyone had a house in Avalon, Stone Harbor. But my grandfather had a house in Cape May, and I always have in my 20s best time in Wildwood. It's always a wild night.
Oh, so anybody who doesn't know, Matteo and I live around the same region. Mateo's from Philly. I'm from the Philly area.
I'm not from Philly.
Well, outside of Philly, calm down. Nobody knows the difference. And so anyway, we live near the ocean, and there's a bunch of places you can go, and that's what we're talking about. Nobody knows what we're talking about, Matteo. It's not super interesting, but I went to Avalon the other day, and I saw these homes that are like $30 and $40 million.
Yeah, it's for like rich people, very, very rich. Stone Harbor's fucking expensive too.
Yeah, but it's no Avalon. But yeah, but
Yeah,
anyway,
I know,
and I could see you being a Wildwood person because it's kind of wild, like the name.
no, like I've seen some wild stuff and I've done some wild things.
Let's talk
And
about
there's
something
people
that
from
people.
all over.
Let's talk about something that people could relate to. How are you? What's going on in that city, or wherever you are outside the city? Give us an update.
What do you mean? It's summertime. It's cool. Everything's all good.
What's your living situation like?
Insane.
Whatever happened to that lady friend?
Oh, that joint. She's in trouble, so I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, maybe better to play cool and stuff like that.
It's not like, no, it wasn't a lady friend. It was something totally different. I helped her out with all the knowledge I had. Let's just say that.
You think so?
I know so. What's so
Look,
funny?
I gotta go. You know I'm wrapping the show up, man. It's good.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
well, I want to ask you if you everyone's like family has a fucking house down there, and my family doesn't have a house on there anymore. And I was asking you, so.
No, I wish I did, but if I had to choose, I don't know. There's so many to choose from. No, I wish I did. I like all those places down there. I like boardwalks, and I like French fries, and I like the whole thing. I like the ocean, and I'm into it. I understand the appeal. It's good stuff.
Do you fish?
No, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to say no, but I'm going to be honest. The answer is no. I'm embarrassed.
Why are you embarrassed?
Because it's not manly. It's not manly for me to come on here and say I don't know how to fish. But then not necessarily. I just don't fish.
All right. You're like not fun in the summer.
I do fun things. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. Come talk to me again. I gotta go. I'm toast.
All right. Yeah. I haven't been touched to you for a year.
Yeah. It's good talking to you. Come back and talk to me. Come back to talk to me again when I have a little bit more energy.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you then.
Good to talk to you. Take care, Matteo, everybody. That's Matteo. He's from Philly. Thus the theme song. Where is it? I like Matteo. He knows a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. I just say that. Sarah wants me to do shows with Matteo. He's awesome. Sarah, did you mean Frank Monday or did you mean Matteo? I need you to be clear on that. I guess they're both awesome in their own way. At first, I'm going to assume you meant Frank Monday. Maybe I'll bring him on as a... Frank, are you still back there? Frank?
Yeah. I'm here. What's going on?
My audience wants me to bring you on as like an invited guest and do an interview. Is that something you'd be interested in?
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I had muted myself. Yeah, absolutely. That would be awesome. I would definitely be down for that anytime.
All right. Well, how can I contact you?
I'll put my email in your private chat, or I mean, yeah, just leave a message anytime on one of my videos
Go
or
ahead.
something.
Yeah, put the email in the private chat. I'll contact
Yeah,
you.
definitely. Okay, cool.
All right. Yeah, he'll be a good interview. It's like I said earlier in the show. I could sniff out like talent right away. People who are legit versus versus not. He knows what he's talking about. It's quite obvious. Yeah, at Frank Monday is his YouTube channel. Let me write down his email here before I exit out at StreamYard, and then I don't have it. I can't even. Could barely read the font here in StreamYard. Yeah, he says good magic. I noticed that. He's doing it in the back. He says good magic. That's like his some expression that he uses. He says good magic. Like I would say the good stuff or blessings. He says good magic. And of course there's a K on the end of the magic. It's kind of weird he's into that Solomonic stuff. Yeah, he said that's his catchphrase. That Solomonic stuff is crazy. My audience may be surprised to know I've studied that kind of stuff extensively. It's all about angel names and the binding of these angels. Some say demons. What's the difference between an angel and a demon, really? They're the same thing, everybody. Hate to break it to you. There's two sides of the same coin. And it's about getting these angels to like do things for you. You summon them, you coerce them. Some people say it's dangerous. I don't mess with it. I just study it. Yeah, Frank's in the back says same. Angel, demon are same thing. Guys, it's a whole different story than you were presented. It's a completely different story. The whole Jesus, Lucifer, Satan thing. If you think you understand it, I assure you, you do not. It's all mixed up. You think they were just going to present you with the real God? Get everybody to worship the real God? Why would they do that? How would that benefit them? Wouldn't we better to get you to worship something that benefits them? Something that empowers them in this reality? Something that takes you away from spirituality? Look, if I was a psychopathic inbred elite, that's probably what I would do too. I'm just saying. Yeah, he's saying Goetia and all that stuff. That's all the stuff they were using in the so-called medieval times, the Dark Ages, grimoires and stuff. Yeah, we'll interview Frank. We'll get him on. If I could just read his email. It's just like a bunch of weird letters together. Frank, you have the weirdest email I've ever seen in my life. I don't want to hit the link because I think it's going to take me out of StreamYard, so I don't want to just hit the link. Yeah, but if you guys aren't into that stuff, you're missing out on it. You're missing out on a whole portion of reality that they want you to miss out on, that they hid from you. And again, I don't blame them at this point. It's too much. It's too much knowledge. It's too much power. And in the wrong hands, I can see the issues with it. Anyway. All right, folks. That'll do it for another episode of Z Show. Hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. And like I always say, I don't know, what's my closing phrase? Take care of yourselves and each other. Peace.